Welcome to the Hemp Opportunities webinar, where our panel of speakers will educate and inform about the hemp industry and all its multi-layers of uses. They will also discuss the many opportunities within the industry as it pertains to agriculture, medicine, nutrition, and technology, and give a chance for featured investors to pitch their products to our featured judges and the audience to be voted on. And finally, community, which in these trying times we need now more than ever. So let's begin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tracy Ryan, and I'm going to be your MC today for the Hemp Opportunities Speaker and Investor Pitch Competition Zoom webinar. I would like to welcome everyone that has joined us today to hear from an exciting and experienced lineup of hemp industry speakers, investors, judges, and companies presenting during the Investor Pitch Competition. Hemp is global, and we are joined by an audience connected with us today from South America, the United Kingdom, Asia, Canada, Panama, Germany, the United States, and other countries from around the world. The schedule for today's events is as follows. We have speakers and panels from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., followed by the Investor Pitch Competition. This will be moderated by Julie Lerner, who's the founder and CEO of Pan Exchange, and that's going to take place from 1:05 to 3 p.m. From 3 to 3:05, we will have voting by judges and you, the audience. From 3:06 p.m. to 3:10 p.m., we will have the announcements of the top 3 winners of the Investor Pitch Competition based on the judges and the audience scores. And then closing announcements will be from 3:10 to 3:15. To close out the day, we will be hosting a Zoom room networking portion, so everyone can connect post-show. That portion of the event will take place from 3:16 to 4 p.m., so we have a very tight schedule today. As a quick reminder, everyone will have access to all of the speakers, judges, and presenting company bios, in addition to the investor pitch presentations from each company. These can be found at the cannabisinvestingforum.com website. Please check the chat now for that URL. We have a few event items that I need to cover really quickly for housekeeping purposes. First, if you want to submit a question, just use the chat button at the bottom of your screen. You'll see a little box over there. Please make sure you are chatting with all panelists and attendees, and there's a drop down where you can choose all. After the final pitch presentations, you will be presented with a pop-up window where you'll be able to vote on your favorite presenting company. We have a distinguished panel of judges that will also be voting on that. We are currently in what's called a Zoom webinar. At 3 p.m. when it's time for the networking event, we will switch from that to a Zoom room meeting, which is different. Here you will have the opportunity to interact with speakers, judges, and the presenting companies. You were emailed this Zoom link prior to the event, and we'll post the link on the screen during the closing announcements. It can also be found in the chat room, and when you click on it, you will be transferred from this webinar to a different Zoom room. And to our speakers who are listening, I will be working to bring you questions from the audience towards the end of each of your talks. If we don't end up with time for Q&A today, we will ask each speaker to jump in and answer the audience questions in the Q&A portion of the chat. The topics for today's events are as follows. Industry leaders will be discussing opportunities in the hemp industry for 2020 and beyond, and what is the current impact of the COVID-19 and the Farm Bill. And with that, let's get started. So the history of hemp is so fascinating. So I really wanted to begin with a little history lesson today. The use of hemp cord in pottery was identified in an ancient village dating back all the way to 10,000 years ago, located in the area of modern-day Taiwan. Finding hemp use and cultivation in the state range puts it as one of the first and oldest known human agricultural crops, which I found to be so fascinating. As explained by Richard Hamilton in the 2009 Scientific American article on sustainable agriculture, modern humans emerged some 250,000 years ago. Yet agriculture is a fairly recent invention, only about 10,000 years old. Agriculture is not normal. It is a human invention. It is also the basis of modern cultivation. Of modern civilization, not cultivation. This point was also touched on by Carl Sagan in 1977 when he proposed the possibility that marijuana was and has been the world's first agricultural crop, leading to the actual development of civilization itself. Now in today's modern time, the evolution of cannabis and hemp has been skyrocketed through mass initiatives statewide and national initiatives driven by the patients that have been positively affected by this plant. And that's exactly how I got here. My daughter Sophie was diagnosed at 8.5 years old with a very low-grade brain tumor called an optic pathway glioma. It was only within probably, I'd say, a couple of weeks of her diagnosis that we got connected to Ricky Lake and Abby Epstein. Ricky Lake, the talk show host and film star, and her producing partner, Abby Epstein. These women had just begun shooting a documentary that's now on Netflix called Weed the People, and it followed my family's journey for over 6 years. It was through these ladies and it was through their information about the cannabis plant and its medicinal benefits that really got us excited when our little girl was first diagnosed. Now, initially, we were just like most of Americans, and we were super stigmatized by the fact that cannabis for children could somehow be really, really bad. But after doing all of our own research and after really trusting in these women and after talking to Sophie's own doctors, we realized that we've been duped. Cannabis has been being researched for years and years and years and years. And a lot of this information has been suppressed from us, which is really unfair because after 7 years now in the industry, the amount of miracles I personally have seen have been absolutely unexplainable. First, with my own daughter, she had a low-grade brain tumor that normally doesn't really shrink with chemotherapy. It does, but it's rare. The reason for that is because this is a slow-growing tumor, which means the cells rarely divide. But with her tumor, and well, with typical tumors, those cells divide super fast. So the chemo really only goes after the dividing cells. Well, with my daughter's tumor, because it doesn't divide that often, or the cells don't divide that often, chemo is really just meant to arrest the development of it or stop it from growing. But that didn't happen with my kid. And in her first 13 months of chemotherapy, her tumor shrank by 85%. The immunological response was also absolutely incredible. She just stopped needing blood transfusions after needing 9 of them throughout the course of her treatment. And 4 months before that happened, she just was fine. And the doctors really couldn't explain it. So they gave the credit to cannabis. And this was 6 years ago. Through this experience and through starting my own company called Cannakids that we created 5 years ago that's now been rebranded CK Soul, we have seen patients from all walks of life, from all different disease types, from all different ages, see profound responses from autism to ADD to ADHD and beyond. And CBD has been one of the most powerful tools in our tool belt. My daughter today is on CBD that is very much like the hemp plant, but with a very, very rich cannabinoid profile and lots of terpenes packed in, but very low THC content, and on THCA to help stabilize her from seizures. She doesn't have seizure activity anymore as long as she stays on our oils. We've also been doing groundbreaking research looking at her because her immunological response was unlike anything that a scientist that I'm working with had seen in over 30 years. We've looked at over 17 of our Cannakids patients that were consuming our oils. We studied their blood and looked at their immune response, and the findings that we have been absolutely incredible. We really hope to continue to push this research forward and through that continue to support both the cannabis industry and the hemp industry through the regulatory process, and hopefully at some point really soon start legalizing this stuff. Some of the patients that we have continued to follow and watch over the years, it's just been astronomical, really, what this plant has the capabilities of doing. Watching war vets with PTSD get off dozens of medications, watching cancer patients get better when they otherwise shouldn't, watching children with autism, ADD, ADHD. I mean, CBD has been studied extensively for the use of autism and has been found to be very, very beneficial in trials, both in Israel under Professor Dedi Miri at the Technion Institute, who is a colleague and dear friend of mine, and also at trials around the United States. This plant is so powerful and has so many uses, from hempcrete to be used in houses that help regulate the temperature inside the homes, to fabric, to rope and material. I mean, hemp is just, the amount of uses and resources that we can use with this plant are absolutely endless. I'm really excited for you to be able to learn more and more from the speakers that we have today. Some of my very favorite people in the industry will be coming here to talk to you very, very shortly. And I want to go ahead and get started with our very first speaker, who is a lovely, lovely woman who I have admired and followed in the industry for a very long time. And her name is Ms. Kimberly Kovacs. Kimberly is the CEO of the ArcView Group. She has over 20 years of executive leadership and experience. She was the founder and CEO of the cannabis wellness technology platform, MyJane. And prior to MyJane, Kim founded 6 additional companies, raised more than 100 million in equity capital, and has been an active angel investor for more than 10 years. Most recently, she served as president of the Los Angeles Venture Association, where she launched the Canalava Strategic Group designed to bring cannabis industry leaders together in Los Angeles, which I personally had the privilege to speak at. It was so much fun. So ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce you to the female powerhouse, Miss Kimberly Kovacs.
Oh, thank you, Tracy. So good to see you. It's been a while. How's Sophie doing?
She is so healthy and doing so great. She is thriving. She's off treatment for over 8 months now, and we actually are really enjoying life, even though we're stuck in home, probably like you are.
I was going to say, yeah. Well, I'm stuck in my virtual office over here at ArcView, but no, it was great. And one of the most precious moments I had, we were doing a panel together for a group of advertisers in Los Angeles, and Sophie came on stage and asked if she could recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
She did.
And it literally brought the place down in tears. It was just such an emotional thing. So anyway, thank you for that. And thanks for being and letting me be here. You know, I'm really excited about, you know, cannabis and hemp and, you know, just the whole thing. And so in trying to decide what to talk about this morning, today during this webinar, you know, there's a lot of great speakers lined up, people who are experts in the industry, you know, such as Tracy and others. You're going to be hearing from some great companies. But what could I share that is really relevant, I think, for, you know, a lot of you out there and from an ArcView perspective, which to me is really a playbook and how to invest in hemp and kind of what do investors really look at when they go through and they're making their investment decisions. And so we're going to have kind of a 4 or 5 step approach to this overview. I'm going to try to go, you know, sort of as quickly as I can through some of it and then spend some time on the more important stuff. But the first one, and as an angel investor myself, and by the way, I joined ArcView several years ago before taking the helm as CEO. But really what it is, you know, get educated. And what I mean by educated is really understand the industry in which you're going to invest in. And in this case, hemp is the industry that we're talking about. And so there's a lot of different places to go. So we've got ArcView Market Research, which we do in conjunction with BDS Analytics, and we put out industry reports and so forth. Some of them are free, some of them you need to pay for. As a member of ACA, BDSA has a free white paper about the hemp industry and, you know, how it's different from THC and various things like that. The other thing that's really interesting is there's a lot of governmental sources, especially as hemp now is legalized in the US. Department of Ag, and so that's their website right here, has a lot of really interesting information about farming and what the Department of Agriculture, you know, their oversight in this industry. We also have NCIA, and there's a whole host of others. So, you know, the first thing I would say is, you know, really get educated about what this industry is all about. And then the second part of that is not just getting educated, but now to start to deep dive and start doing research. So as a cannabis investor, that's what I did initially. I took the time to understand what the industry was about. And then secondarily, I started to get real granular on the different parts of the industry that I was going to then be interested in. So what is it, right? Which states or regions can you actually go into and see? Can you invest, you know, ubiquitously between, you know, different states in the United States? Absolutely. There's a lot of now hemp legislation that is really, you know, directed state by state. And there's actually this really interesting site called the National Conference of State Legislatures. And they produce a report, down here, this link at the bottom on the left-hand side, of different states that have different hemp type laws. So some allow farming, some allow consumption and production and different things like that. So understanding which state laws have will also help you kind of create this, what I'll call investment thesis around hemp in this playbook. The other thing is, what kinds of hemp-based products do I want to go after? Tracy was mentioning, you know, the effects of CBD and things that we can ingest and take either in our body or on our body as topicals. That's the CBD market. But there's a lot of other things with hemp too. There's the industrial applications, there's textiles, there's, you know, food and grain and different things and different parts of the hemp industry. There's technology, there's banking solutions. And so I think, you know, as we start to kind of really look at this and you decide which areas you want to invest in, really understanding those nuances and differences. So then the next thing I would say as a newly minted or soon to be hemp investor is don't do it alone. Okay, so when I was first investing in cannabis, I made a couple of investments, one in an ag tech company actually, and we killed the cannabis plant. And that's because I didn't know enough about the science of the plant, but I knew about technology and I knew about some of the biotech enhancements that we were working with in other types of plants like grasses and ornamentals, but cannabis was so unique. And so for me, joining ArcView and being able to join forces with people who really understood this industry was paramount for me to start making some wise decisions. And so ArcView has a big history. We've been around for 10 years. We see, literally thousands of different companies a year. We select the top of those to come and present to our members. We also have what's called the ArcView Collective Fund, where we also see another layer of companies and do a collective membership review of those. So we've invested over $300 million into the cannabis industry, ArcView has. And we also have about 25 SPVs that we're still managing and growing within this industry. So now that you've been educated in the industry, now that you've done your research and you've decided to join forces with, let's say, a group like ArcView, what is it that you want to invest in? And so this, to me, is sort of the fourth step in creating your playbook, which is create a thesis. And I did two examples on here because this is actually two areas that I'm interested in. And I would say pick at least two, maybe three different parts of the hemp industry that are interesting for you, that maybe you can bring some personal experience. So for me, it's technology, and I really enjoy biotech and also things around, I would say, core technologies like fintech and others, and then also CPG companies. And so here's some things that I've created for my own investment thesis that I want to hold true to as much as possible, but it also helps me create an opportunity to get matched through the ArcView platform with the type of company that I'm interested in. And so, for example, on a CPG company, do they have more than one product? Are they currently in revenue? Do they have a solid marketing and social media strategy? What about their competitive analysis or positioning? And the other part for me is, do they have CPG experience? So they need to have someone on their team or in their advisory that has that experience, especially in the market they want to go in, which is really critical for us as we were doing MyJane, for example, and understanding the women's market. Then let's say I want to invest also in the biotech sector. So the companies that I'd be looking for, are they international or not? Do they have patents, or are they working toward getting patents in their space? Is the market large enough for what that particular biotech company is solving for? And again, do they have the right leadership and team? And if they don't, do they have the right advisories? So these are the things that I sort of really take note of. And I create, as I said, this playbook. But as I start to really delineate the specifics of my investment thesis, it helps me get matched with companies like Wolf or BevCanna coming out of our ArcView platform, so that I can start to see the companies that really make sense and match for me. So the last thing I'm going to say, which I could probably go on for many more hours in talking about cannabis investing, but is to seek great advice. So the show that you're going to see today is going to give you some nuggets of information, and I would say absolutely keep doing that. So things that we're talking about right now, our members are talking about. Do you invest in private companies or public companies? There's a lot of, things happening right now in the public space. So maybe private company is a place to go. Are brands a good bet right now? We're focusing on consolidations and different things. But one thing that's really interesting with brands right now, Tracy, and this is something maybe you guys are looking at too, is, there's some net new consumers with COVID and all these other things and focusing on health and wellness. And so, we're looking at those too, and net new categories like beverages. Those are pretty hot right now, or cold. And then the other one is like new things that kind of give you a new view. Are they global? Are they long-term? Like things like biofuel and textiles, some really cool stuff happening there. So anyway, so just to kind of recap is really understand the industry, get some research under your belt, build up your own thesis, This is a team sport, and welcome to ArcView.
Kim, with the COVID-19 and what's going on with that currently, how have you guys really pivoted your view on companies? Because I know there's been so many companies out there struggling to really make it in this new environment. It's been a mess in cannabis. I haven't been able to pay as much attention to hemp because we haven't quite dove into that side of things yet. But what are you seeing change, and how are you pivoting in how you choose companies to actually invest in?
Yeah, so it's, great point. And absolutely, the investment community has pivoted and is looking at things very opportunistically. So a couple things. One is deliveries and what I'd say touchless technology solutions are really hot right now because, consumption is up. I mean, that's the beauty of this whole thing. I mean, unfortunate that we're in COVID, but, people are really turning to cannabis as opposed to, other things like, alcohol or whatever. And so, consumption numbers are up. People do not want to go into a dispensary, so they want it delivered. And they also want the touchless technology, so they don't have to handle cash, which actually leads into another point, which is really promoting legislative change for like the Safe Banking Act. So there's all these really positive things. I mean, we were deemed essential. Going from illegal to essential, I mean, what, in 18 months? That's insane for California. So we have so much opportunity. And I think, the entrepreneurs are getting realistic now. They're being very cash efficient. They're being really smart with what they're doing. And those that are doing that right are getting funded.
I have one more super quick question from the audience. Yeah. We only have like 1 minute left, but due to recent C-19 lockdowns across the country, many states, counties, and cities have suffered from drastic reductions in tax revenue, sales tax, hotel taxes, etc. Do you foresee more states, countries, and cities legalize marijuana medicinally or recreationally due to the new tax revenue? And we have about a minute to answer that.
Yes, so I would say 100%. In fact, there's more cannabis regulatory or cannabis legalization on the dockets for city councils than ever before, especially in California. And I was actually a little disappointed that Anaheim punted it, but they were going to actually make a decision, which they've been punting this decision for a long time. But just think about that. Disneyland's been closed. Mm-hmm. How much revenue has been coming from Disneyland to the city of Anaheim on an annual basis? A lot, right? And they're going to have to fill that void, and cannabis is really a great solution. And because they're looking at their neighbor next door, which is Santa Ana, having, no additional crime, actually cleaning up the streets because of the revenue they have. I mean, there's a lot of positives. And so Anaheim's looking at that going, maybe we should. And they are. So if you look at the city dockets of these city councils, you're going to see a lot more cannabis as a potential solution there for them.
Well, thank you so much, Kim. It was so good to see you today. Wonderful.
Thank you. Have a great show today. I can't wait to see the rest of it.
Thank you so much. All right, guys, our next speaker is Mr. Bob Hoban. Bob is the founder and president of Hoban Law and sits at the center of the world's largest commercial cannabis industry network. Bob has earned a reputation as a cannabis industry deal maker, representing startups, entrepreneurs, and companies in all stages of development. Hoban Law is the world's leading cannabis industry law firm with offices in 17 states and 10 nations abroad, with over 50 attorneys who specialize in all aspects of commercial practice surrounding the cannabis industry. Bob was recently named a cannabis law trailblazer by the National Law Journal and has been consistently recognized as one of Denver's top cannabis lawyers for over a decade. This guy really knows what he's doing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to introduce to you Mr. Bob Hoban.
Tracy, thank you very much for the warm introduction, and it's my pleasure to be here today. Looking forward to the rest of the program, and looking forward to talking about one of my favorite topics, that of course is the hemp plant.
Thank you, Bob. Floor is yours, sir.
Well, as I think about things over the last couple of years and how this industry has evolved, I used to make a suggestion that, do we really have a hemp industry, or do we have a CBD industry? And I would think that over time, the focus on CBD has gone so far to one extreme that it's kind of bounced back into the middle. And I would suggest very clearly to everyone today that we don't even have CBD as an industry. It's been relegated, properly so, to an ingredient. And it is an ingredient. And as such, to Kim's points a few moments ago, is it the biotech, the bio side, or is it the CPG side? These are critical components, but we've seen those things get put into their lanes as either medicine or wellness or food products. But also what we're seeing is this resurgence, this explosive growth in what I would call the full plant use. And we'll get into that in a little bit. What I want to talk about today really has two different sides. What has COVID done to impact the industry? And what's the outlook in that regard? And then what do we see, generally speaking, for the remainder of 2020, which has been a difficult year thus far for so many people, for so many reasons, but there is still a lot of positive things to look at as it relates to this plant and this industry. So what I'll talk about is sort of against the backdrop of regulations and the market numbers, looking at the economics, looking at the data to help drive those decisions. It's more context than anything else. So let's start with the COVID point. It does not necessarily seem to resonate with so many people, but deals that have been in existence prior to the COVID did in fact go through, and in our experience, most of those deals had closed. A large number of those deals had gotten restructured, perhaps because of the uncertainties associated with the pandemic, and there still are a number of those very same uncertainties. But at the end of the day, we did see many of those deals from an M&A perspective go forward. We also saw that the industry itself has been robust in that reporting from a number of our clients in the US and around the globe, that activity was up in some months and stable in other months. So it seems to be a good situation to operate in because of the public health nature of it for folks engaged in the CBD industry that have already had good, reliable distribution. But what we've seen is more of a focus on new deals coming to the table, sort of evolving to the higher level uses of the plant. Things that aren't as quote unquote sexy as cannabinoids. We're looking at more ag-based or infrastructure-based plays. The days of investing in extraction labs in the United States, I wouldn't say they're over, but there's been a huge build out of the extraction infrastructure, borrowing a lot of natural products, herbal products, and marijuana-related technologies. That infrastructure build out came to a screeching halt last year when so much of the oversaturation of the plant biomass really created a place with the lack of FDA regulations where products couldn't be moved as easily into the marketplace. And with that saturation and with that high capacity for extraction, a lot of folks found themselves with nothing to do and no ability to move their product. So that focus has led to infrastructure development, ag-based development, harvesters, decortication, which removes the fiber from the plant, of course. We're looking at the derivatives of the plant from a cellulose, heliolose, lignins, and sugar perspective, and the various sectors that those parts of the plant ultimately do service. We're looking at seed conditioning, seed cleaning equipment. Yes, there's extraction in these facilities, but farmers are moving because of USDA regulations towards a more whole plant use. No longer is the majority of what's being planted focused on feminized varieties just for cannabinoid production, at least in the United States. And I'll do a brief comparison of the US versus what's happening in the European Union here in just a moment. But let's continue down the road of COVID. We've also seen an impact on the food supply chain outside of industrial hemp, of course, because of interruptions in processing, because of lockdowns, because of transportation infrastructure lockdowns during the last several months. This has created a protein deficiency with a number of supply chain nations around the world that has exacerbated their existing protein deficiencies. Of course, hemp can fill that. So we've seen grain demand and grain pricing increase, although not remarkably. It's still not a scenario where comparing hemp grain to grain from other plant materials is apples and apples, because the price for hemp grain remains so high, and it just hasn't been integrated yet into the world food supply chain as a major component. Although we're seeing those doors begin to open and continue to open. In fact, a lot of the Canadian supply was ultimately replanted here in the United States because of border crossing and international commerce concerns, at least. that evolved and emerged during the early days of COVID. We've seen folks selling CBD make claims. CBD products make claims that somehow CBD can cure the coronavirus or address the symptoms. And we've seen crackdowns at a number of states. It certainly hasn't given the industry very, very much credibility in certain circles, but in other circles, it has the utmost credibility. We've seen the United States federal government issue a research panel under its National Institute of Health to study the use of cannabinoids for the treatment and or impact of the coronavirus on human beings. And we've seen positive results come out of that. We've seen news stories from different research firms around the world indicating that the anti-inflammatory properties combined with other properties within the industrial hemp plant found in cannabinoids and terpenes actually help mitigate symptoms of the coronavirus. But it still doesn't mean that folks can go out and make those representations and those claims when they're selling products in the marketplace. And that speaks to perhaps the level of sophistication of the industry operators, although it's gotten remarkably better over the last several years as it moves towards a mainstream product or at least mainstream ingredient at brick and mortar stores all around the world. We've also seen the evolution of smokable hemp products and even THC products that come from hemp on the really, really aggressive side of the industry. And those had been exposed in part by the COVID scenario and the slowdown, which has brought attention to businesses that otherwise might slip under the radar. And finally, as it relates to industrial hemp and COVID, we've seen a major incorporation of hemp or cannabis generally as a plant species into economic development plans around the world. We saw the Costa Rica president about 2 months ago come out and said that cáñamo, industrial hemp, would be a centerpiece of that country's recovery from the economic downturn suffered several weeks ago from COVID, which has likely only been exacerbated now, particularly due to the surge in COVID cases across Latin America. We've seen the same notion about cannabis come from the Colombian government, the Brazilian government, the Mexican government, and their nationalized healthcare systems. So the opportunity that exists for what was previously an export-only market, Latin America, now looking at domestic distribution, in cooperation and in coordination with nationalized healthcare systems creates an opportunistic scenario for folks in the space that have the capability to produce high-level consumer-friendly products on an international scale. So then we move forward and we look at what 2020 has yet to provide for this industry. As I mentioned, I do see much more of a focus from an investment perspective amongst our clients and our clients that are operators, where the investment's coming from, along the lines of infrastructure development. If this plant is going to follow the rules that the USDA set out, then it requires a shift in focus away from cannabinoids only, which is horticultural style, to a more ag-based style of how to produce plant material that comes from industrial hemp. And it protects farmers under the USDA rules to effectively require that plants be planted that service multiple industries, not just a unstable cannabinoid marketplace. So we've looked at the supply chain development. The 2018 Farm Bill, of course, removed any question about industrial hemp and its legality. It removed hemp and all of its derivatives, compounds, cannabinoids. That's not a quote, that's a paraphrase, but it's a very broad exception under federal law to remove the plant and all of those materials from the Controlled Substances Act. That's led to uncertainty, it's led to hesitation, but it's also led to the FDA stepping up and identifying what the pathway is. Now, we haven't seen final rules from the FDA yet. To date, under the 2018 Farm Bill, we've only seen the USDA, the Department of Ag rules, which allow state programs to be adopted and approved, and then create a pathway for farmers to produce legal material under both federal and state law. But what has yet to happen is the FDA has yet to come out and say that these are the rules. This is the pathway, this is the lane. Although it is very likely that the FDA, wink, wink, follows the Colorado model of the hemp foods policy. In other words, that hemp plant-based derivatives under a certain milligram content will be situated as food products, and if there are modifications made to the regulations or an exception, as supplements as well. And of course, you're going to have cannabinoids be introduced as active ingredients in a number of new drug applications over the next number of years as major pharmaceutical companies step into this space. As I alluded to earlier, there's sort of a divide about what's happening in the US versus what's happening in the European Union. And the European Union is probably the second largest market of consumers to provide cannabinoid-based products for human consumption to and into. And there were thousands and thousands of brick and mortar stores that sold these products until recently, when plaintiffs' consumer protection lawsuits, because of something called the novel foods issue in Europe, limited that distribution in brick and mortar substantially. But the focus is very much on the development of the CBD industry right now in Europe. Whereas in the United States, the CBD, the cannabinoid industry, has emerged and evolved to rare and seldom identified cannabinoids in terms of large commercial distribution. It's evolved past that to this full-blown plant approach, which the USDA encourages and perhaps even requires, which is interesting considering the European Union has had these products in the marketplace and regulations for so very long, prior to the US putting the 2014 Farm Bill in place. And now all of a sudden, they're back to where we were a couple of years ago. But we need to see consistent regulations come out of the European Union, the UK, no longer a member of the European Union, and the United States to set the world standard for both the use of isolates and broader full spectrum compounds in food products. We've seen that there are these 1% countries that allow up to 1% THC content in the plant material, at least presumably getting advantage in the cannabinoid market, but they become less advantageous when they look at a full plant use ag-based commodity marketplace. And that's kind of the shift we're seeing. Plus, I would venture a guess that once Customs and Border Patrol understands that 1% THC hemp outside of the United States, absent a federal change here in the United States, would be considered marijuana, and stops imports of hemp-derived materials outside of the United States. So having the 1% THC is actually not a benefit except for efficiency purposes, but for marketplace and regulatory purposes, it might even be a detriment. As we look at the FDA rules come out and we look at different countries around the world, we've seen our neighbors to the immediate south and the Mexican government move forward on a plan after they previously allowed North American US-based companies to register CBD products with their FDA equivalent called Cofepris. And that is something that we saw. We saw that stopped. And now we see new laws and new rules being enacted in Mexico, which will prompt regulations in the beginning of 2021. We've seen the Anvisa nationalized healthcare system in Brazil take a stand in favor of replacing prescription medications with low-cost plant-based medicines for purposes of budget and public health, and that's moved forward. And then we've looked at the stability of pricing. We have not seen stable pricing in the cannabinoid marketplace to the point where one day they're here, one day they're way down here. And that's in large part because of the oversupply, but also because some of the folks that you'll hear for the rest of the day, they'll talk about pricing indexes and pricing standards, a critical thing to pay attention to as an operator or as an investor in this marketplace, so that you understand, A, how to structure a contract in a volatile marketplace in terms of commodity or wholesale and retail pricing, but also how to modify that in the event of drastic market changes, so that we don't see deals that are set on firm numbers simply fall apart because of the inability to perform. But I do see a lot of promise with what I'd call the new hemp economy occurring and being driven in North America through innovation in the ag sector. Not to say that cannabinoids don't have a place, they have a major place. But as we look at fuels, and as we look at the building blocks for plastic, and as we look at graphene as a superconductor, and as we look at other uses of the plant material, we see oil and gas companies from Texas taking major research steps forward. We see plastic manufacturers of water bottles across the country, retailers that use plastic bags, looking at hemp-based packaging. We see Fortune 500 companies looking at hemp-based packaging. So those are all things that I see coming in 2020, which is very exciting. And with that said, I'd love to take a couple of questions here, Tracy, or if you could help point out where they might be on my screen.
I'd be more than happy to help you with that, Bob. So much information. Thank you. It's really great to see you again and learn so much incredible stuff about hemp. So we have 2 questions right now. Question number 1, when do you foresee the banking industry finally accepting hemp businesses as legitimate? Does hemp need to be legal federally for the current climate to change?
So hemp is indeed.
Did you hear me okay, Bob?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, sir.
All right. Hemp is indeed legal federally, and banking should not be a problem. I say should, but of course we've seen banks that have either failed to understand or failed to recognize what's clearly in black and white words in our federal laws. So that's required. As lawyers, we've been able to turn those banks around almost 100% of the time and say what you're dealing with is a legal substance. But then sometimes they make the distinction of, well, if you're growing a legal plant versus a plant material, a CBD product, for example, that's not yet regulated by the FDA, that means it's illegal. Well, that doesn't mean it's illegal. It just means it's not affirmatively regulated as CBD. But these legal nuances are sometimes lost. So banking is and should be available. There's no 280E tax issues that the marijuana or the cannabis side of the industry faces. And if there are banks that refuse to work with you, there is a number of others, but there's also ways to change their mind based on facts.
Yeah, the cannabis industry has been super tricky around getting banking. And now that in California, there's such a big spotlight on it, people are really struggling with trying to figure out how to bank their money. So we have a COVID-19 question. During COVID, I saw a lot of supply chains being disrupted in terms of packaging. Many brands received their packaging from China. Do you see more brands switching to solely purchasing packaging supplies domestically now? And does that give startups like myself bringing hemp packaging forward an advantage? It's a great question.
It's a great question. I think that, yes, it gives you an advantage because of the decreased participation in that supply by those Asian countries, China in particular. But here's an interesting thing. We've seen Mexico step up to the plate in a major way and replace a lot of the packaging needs for a lot of this entire industry. Percentage-wise, I can't tell you, this is not scientific, but I do know that dozens and dozens of people that I've worked with, reviewed contracts for, that they've gone to Mexico to get Mexico to provide packaging for them, which has been an increase in the Mexican economy as well, but also a nice segue for Mexico as a soon-to-be major world participant in the global cannabis industry, which I can't even believe we're talking about, which is so exciting.
I know this whole situation with COVID has been really interesting. And I noticed earlier that you had brought up the point about, there being a light being shown on CBD and cannabis for COVID. And I just wanted to kind of jump in and have a quick little 2-minute conversation with you while we have a couple of minutes left with us. We've been actually doing research with Dr. Anahid Jewett, and we have shown that by taking cannabinoids, and we're not sure if it's CBD or THC or a blend of all, because we're studying the blood of these patients, that it's turning the natural killer cells back on, which is the leading part of our immune system. And there's now research coming out of Canada showing that cannabis consumption can boost the immune system and help fight COVID by 70 to 80%. I actually really truly believe that this is the case, and we think that we're going to have research pretty soon that helps to support that initiative, because what we're seeing come out of China is that the COVID-19 is killing and destroying the NK cells. So what happens when you have obesity or you have cancer or you have an immunological issue, you already have a broken natural killer cell system, you're already susceptible, and COVID is coming in and wiping the rest of that out. Well, cannabis, CBD products actually turn that system on and boost it up. So that's one of the exciting things that I hope we continue to see, which will help potentially get us, more regulatory around this incredible plant.
No, it's very well said. By the way, here's the way, this is a lawyer's way of describing science, which is never a good way to do it. But think of two pieces of Velcro, right? When you use a cannabis formulation, it takes that one piece of Velcro and turns it upside down. And then what happens? So the exterior Velcro is COVID. Your body is the other side. It doesn't allow, it creates a situation which mitigates the opportunity for the virus to interact with your body and actually attach to the human body and the human body systems. That's my lay description of what I understand it can do. But mixed with other things such as something called NAC and something called mullein and something called vitamin D3 and melatonin and quercetin. There's lots of combinations that they're studying right now that seem to have an impact. But even if they do, and I believe that they do, to your point, Tracy, that doesn't mean people watching or listening can go out and put a product out in the marketplace and said, look, this is what that does. And unfortunately, that's not common knowledge all the time.
I know. Tell me about it. But we'll get there, Bob. I have all the confidence in the world that we'll get there. And thank you so much. That was a wonderful presentation. I would ask everyone to give you a round of applause, but we wouldn't be able to hear them. So I'll give you one myself. Great to see you. And thank you again for today.
Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to move on to our next speaker, who is Miss Julie Lerner. She is the founder and CEO of PanExchange. She is the leading benchmark provider and institution's grade trading platform for physical hemp and other commodities. Lerner began her career with Cargill International in Geneva, Switzerland, and later moved on to Cargill's senior Latin America sugar trader. She's worked in electricity markets for Sempra Energy Trading and in agricultural weather derivatives with Excel Financial. Geographically, her area of expertise covers the US, Europe, Latin America, and East Africa. As managing director of Golden Seeds, an angel group focused on early stage investments in women-owned ventures, Lerner provided entrepreneurs with strategic business advice and access to funding. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming Miss Julie Lerner.
Thank you so much, Tracy. Can you hear me okay?
We can, Julie. We can hear you. Yep.
Excellent, thank you. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and it's great to go right after Bob. A lot of the comments I'll be making dovetail nicely off of his presentation, and I'm absolutely convinced that he was a commodity trader in a former life, because he's got amazing vision on where this market's going. So what I'd like to do today is, in the short amount of time we have, I just want to talk to you from US investors from a commodity market trader's perspective. So as Tracy said, I do come from the physical side of the business with Cargill, Sempra Energy Trading. Electricity was the first new market I was in when the market became deregulated in the US, and then weather derivatives as well. So we'll talk about these next 5 things here. And let me just jump right into it. Let me tell you what PanExchange is. We are the leading benchmark price provider in US hemp markets and the only institutional trading platform for hemp. It's not our first market. We have over 30 different agricultural products in East Africa that are available for negotiation and trade. And we're the de facto benchmark price and trading platform for the 120 million ton specialty sand market that's required for oil and gas. Just a note about the benchmark pricing. We prefer to call ourselves a price discovery platform, and that's because anybody who submits data on our site is a vetted member of our exchange, which is to say a grower, a processor, a trade house, or end user. A typical price reporting agency would also take values from a broker or industry analysts. We don't feel that those prices are reliable for our methodology, so we don't use them. And most importantly, the majority of these prices come from real bids, offers, and trades that are on the site, so it doesn't get any more objective than that. This slide, I made this slide a year ago and weirdly didn't have to change it for today. And it felt really bold to say a year ago that cannabis is never gonna be a commodity and hemp is a commodity out of the gate. And there's just a couple of key points here. First of all, since last year, there hasn't been another state that has both medical and recreational cannabis legalized. This is not a trend yet in the US. One of the biggest things is the hindrance of interstate commerce. A surplus in California stays in California. You can't move it to another area. But the biggest reason why You will see a hemp derivative contract on a major exchange for price hedging and so forth. And why it will never happen in marijuana is because commoditization is inconsistent with branding. So marijuana is taking on celebrity endorsements, it's marketing brand names, whereas out of the gate, CBD, hemp for CBD, we're just talking about percent CBD for biomass, whether the crude oil is winterized or non-winterized. You trade it and you negotiate it based on specifications. So that less bold of a statement today, but pretty important. So this slide here is the foundation of pretty much the rest of what I want to talk about. Here in Colorado, we have the University of Colorado has the JP Morgan Commodity Center, and they invited me to present this white paper on the commodity market evolution. Because when we look at new markets at Pan Exchange, we found that there's a very distinct path to maturation. If anyone wants to geek out on commodities, you can find this in our blog. I won't tell anyone. So the easiest way to understand this is let's look at the far right, okay? This last step, which is focusing on operating efficiencies. So these are your cash crops, corn, wheat, and soy. This is energy markets, it's metals. This is where your big trade houses are. We call them in ags the ABCDs, which is ADM, Bunge, Cargill, and Dreyfus, and so forth. So what's happened is these markets are already sophisticated price hedging with futures contracts. They have vertically integrated and then even pulled back again. It's nearly perfectly competitive. So the last place they can go now to focus on growth and new profit is focusing on operating efficiencies. Unfortunately, most of them are hoping that blockchain is going to be the answer for them, and it won't be. So sorry about that. So let's go back to hemp and go to the far left side. So the very first state of a raw material that's becoming a commodity is this concentrated supply chain. So here's where surety of supply, just make sure you get me a product on time that's consistent quality. That is the #1 priority. And price doesn't even come into focus then. The next step, which was accentuated in hemp with the 2018 Farm Bill, new supply enters the market. Now, usually these new suppliers are either technologically at an advantage or geographically advantageous to the incumbent. But two things happen. The buyers are less worried about where they're going to get the product, and price becomes the most important thing. So this is where Pan Exchange comes in. So the cash market begins, we do our benchmark pricing, and of course, the oversupply happens. So you can see here that hemp for CBD is between this third and fourth section here right now. If we're talking about hemp for fiber and herd, we're really, really as far left as you can go at the infancy. We have people coming to us and asking us to help build a market in industrial fiber. But the reality is you need to be building your direct relationships between buyer and seller. You need to be growing to specification with regard to hempcrete and plastics. You need to talk about durability, for example, making sure the machinery runs smoothly. For textiles, you need to make sure it's got the resilience you need. And then you need to go back and grow it to scale the following year. So you can see how far we have to go for fiber and herd market. Also, I don't think you'll ever see somebody who's running an online exchange talk about this either, but the key going forward at any stage of maturation is to have your dedicated supply chains as well as have in hand in the cash and spot market, and that's where we play at Pan Exchange. This is the difference between being a market maker and a price taker. It gives you the most optionality, information, and leverage to negotiate half of your deal flow directly and the rest in a spot market. So unique factors here, funny thing, this was last year, and not much has changed here. The pace of change is unprecedented. There's a near complete lack of infrastructure, but we're doing a lot better now, and it's still very fragmented. Things we need to look for today. Sorry, I didn't realize they were timed. Again, the pace of change is still unprecedented. Prices of biomass from July to this January were down 84%. And they continue to fall further on the refined side. This is because the biomass, as you all know, was refined to preserve the quality. And it's really important to understand and accept that we're going into this crop year with a very large oversupply. CBD, as Bob said, an ingredient market. And a little bit of hemp goes a very long way. I'm very bullish about CBD as a product, but it will become a specialty market in comparison to fiber, herd, and feed. And by volume, this is going to become more of a cash crop like corn, wheat, and soy in the long run. It's going to be about economies of scale. We're a couple years away from an exchange-traded derivative. We're working really hard to bring that to you. And we're not going to see major trade houses come in for at least a couple of years, bringing much needed liquidity and taking some of the counterparty risks and credit risks in this market. I'm out of time. I will put this into the chat channel of some more resources on forward contracting, knowing your nomenclature, and so forth. And I'll turn it over to Tracy.
Julie, that was amazing. I just had a quick question about there being this this excess of hemp now available. Do you foresee the COVID-19 affecting the prices that we're going to see hemp going for because of this oversupply?
The prices will have less, it's less about COVID and more about the oversupply in general. So prices will likely decrease a little bit more from here. There might be some supply chain hiccups getting things to market, but it does come down to who, I mean, our past two presenter talked about, unbelievable that it went from a controlled substance to essential. So it depends on where it is essential and where it's not essential. I think that's a big demand factor. It is going up in general, very slightly.
Yeah, it's been incredible to see such a transition from us being looked at like criminals to being so necessary for people with health. So especially me being in medical for so many years, it's been a real treat watching us finally start to get a little bit of that recognition. Well, thank you so much, Julie, for coming today. That was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you. I'll see you a little bit later on the investor session.
I'm excited to see you there.
Okay.
So we're going to move on to our next speaker. This is Mr. Nick Easley. Nick is the CEO and Managing Director of Multiverse Capital and is a globally recognized cannabis industry expert. He is also the founder and CEO of 3C Consulting LLC, the nation's leading strategic cannabis consulting firm. Nick and his team have worked in 16 countries, 34 US states, and 2 territories, assisting nearly 500 cannabis companies across all sectors of the industry. He is a committee or board member for multiple cannabis industry organizations, including a board member for ASA, Americans for Safe Access, which is a favorite of mine. Nick recently educated delegates on medical cannabis at the UN Intergovernmental Expert Group meeting, which is super impressive. And he consulted them on international challenges posed by the non-medical use of synthetic opioids. Nick has received many prestigious industry awards and is a veteran of the United States. Thank you for your service, Nick. With that, please help me welcome Mr. Nick Easley to the show. Nick, the floor is yours.
Super. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully this technology works well. I think you can see I'm still in my COVID beard contest, so a little different than normal, and being able to adopt a different type of suit coat up here in the mountains of Colorado. So really appreciate the time, everybody. Great speakers before, great to see Bob and everyone kind of getting together. We have less time that we're wasting on our commutes and so forth, and a lot of time to focus on this industry. And you know what I've seen, even being involved with like some of those first legal grows back in 2014 here in Colorado, and how this has proliferated around the country, around the world. The galvanization of this plant is awesome. So I'm going to go into a couple things like what I consider the real hemp industry to be. A lot of people have really dreamy thoughts and opinions of like, I'm going to start a CBD wellness brand and it'll be for pets and like CBD dryer sheets and on and on and on, like we could all go over and have seen, but really making things real from a viable business model as well. Having hemp investments and a very specific strategy in that, it's not just like first emerging markets, we're going to do a big hemp field, tons of CBD, and then be able to bulk sell that and partner with Martha Stewart. And now we're in Coca-Cola and Walmart. Like there's many steps to get there. The great data on that last presentation, a lot of mine comes also from like hemp benchmarks. There's a lot of good commodity like spot data out there of like, what are the true market prices? And if you're still in your financial model saying it's gonna be like $10,000 a kilo for CBD in 5 years, I mean, it's maybe a tenth of that to 20% of that in most markets. Just as a little disclaimer here, so I never get in trouble. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an accountant, managing director and CEO of Multiverse Capital. So we deal with like Reg D regulations, but this is all based on like over 14 years of legal business experience in this industry, from the first medical markets through adult use in our hemp markets. And even though it's CBD and it's legal, even you might not know why it's legal, have good legal. It's so important. Most of the problems I've seen with clients in the past, like not structuring their IP correctly, their operating agreements, their leases, their contracts, their budgets. So really good legal, really good accounting, really good guidance, mandatory in this industry to really succeed. So I've been in this for about 14 years from farm country in Wisconsin. Was lucky enough to actually see this plant grow in the Midwest in hemp fields already, and it's kind of taking over. But as I've really gone forward to see what this industry is, I've kind of realized like, where is this? But I had to understand like where we came from. You all remember like Reefer Madness and kind of like the background of where this is, but it's still, when you think about controlled substances and unregulated controlled substances, even if it is legal under the Farm Bill and the Agricultural Improvement Act and like going through the USDA, it doesn't just mean you can do whatever you want now. There are still rules, they're still being formed, they're still being interpreted around the globe. So it's really your responsibility to know what you can do under your state's Department of Agriculture or like your country's Departments of Agriculture. That might not be the same as what you need to do with like your departments of health or for processing food products, or so making sure you have all of those sorts of licenses. But this is a lot more risky than most people realize. Yes, we have many more banks for hemp than we do cannabis. I mean, there's over 700 total now in the US that are doing this, and it's getting more and more available and less predatory. It's no fun to pay $4,000 to $5,000 a month in some cases, and 2% on cash deposits to deal with this, or how predatory some of the payment processing solutions are for even selling hemp-derived cannabinoids online, where normal supply companies of ours, maybe 2 to 3% for like credit card transactions, being able to see like 6 to 9, like there's cost to doing business in this, but you have to really know where we came from. And hemp was really why this was all made illegal in the first place, I feel, and it's really been shown. So when we see like what's happened here, like, wow, in the last 6 years to imagine what this first provision was under state departments of agriculture and institutions of higher education being able to experiment with some plants to now hundreds and hundreds of different varieties, but with 47, nearly 48 states almost soon to have like very specific types of laws and language, and then federal laws on top of that, it really is a big opportunity. But whenever there's a huge opportunity, not just even talking about in COVID times now, there's going to be a lot of people that come out for this. And if you can make 17 times more per acre than corn or soybeans, you're like, what the hell am I doing in that? And that's why many states, what's great about this is we were always this like black sheep, like the medical cannabis industry, the adult use cannabis industry. But then as this started to progress and change and hemp became a part of this, people that would have never have been a part of our conversation or dialogue jumped on our bandwagon board, and it's all the same plant. Yes, if you have high pressure liquid chromatography instruments, you can analyze that and test that and know what certain percentages are of those cannabinoids, but it's still the same plant, and we got to honor that and move forward as we do this. But we have to know, like, if you don't make viable business models, this is it's just a dream. And it's been a beautiful dream, but I've seen nightmares along this path to where, it grows, people see these big upticks, but then you look at other aspects where like, why is this the first year in many states that they're planting less acreage? Many people had no idea what they were doing in the beginning, weren't doing soil tests, didn't get the right varieties. Any of the original people in Colorado probably could think back to, I'm not going to say names of companies or individuals here, but selling seeds for like $10 a seed and saying this is, even back then it was like, this is 4% CBD, this is 8, this is 10. And they turned out to be crappy Chinese paper varieties. And then once you're doing, or they just pissing hot, like testing hot over 0.3% THC, and it wasn't the varieties that people thought they were getting. So people literally bet their farms on these magic beans and seeds that they paid way too much money for to not actually get what they anticipated getting. So that the genetics and the stabilization of genetics has really progressed leaps and bounds over this last few years. And there's some great new companies coming out with that. But we're starting to see some changes now. I mean, just like Bob said, with the FDA, USDA side, I'll get into novel foods a bit more on the EU side, but this plant's been growing around the world for a long, long, long time. And now as countries are opening up for economic opportunities, I constantly see, though, that people just think it's legal. I don't have to follow anything when it comes to food processing, correct labeling. We've had clients we've had to do compliant labels in 50 states, and it's different in each state how they're labeled. You can't just do a pop-up online store and try to sell some new product. It has to be a quality product. And this is the sad thing, is being like a disabled vet and like knowing, like, if you're injured and there's some sort of medicine, like if someone has cancer or something, they'll do anything. And people were selling fraudulent, untested products that were actually dangerous for years. And finally, with some of those warning letters from the FDA, it kind of like woke some people up that you can't just do this in your garage and buy a few things on eBay, mix them together, buy a bunch of hemp seed oil and call it, CBD oil. And like, if you're buying these products at gas stations or other places, it's probably not the best place, but like, look at those labels and think about what some of these companies are selling. And that really underscored that there were hundreds of great companies in Colorado and Oregon, Washington, all over the country that were doing this well. But even some of those larger Kentucky consolidation plays, they didn't consider some of this guidance, or they didn't have good legal structures for how they raised their capital, and it caused them to tank for what we thought there might actually be. So thinking about the oversupply, currently there is an oversupply based on the demand and the proliferation of products. Because, as we move forward, I mean, many of the products that people are making, they're not following any of these guidelines. And then it turns out that they can't sell these. And when I think about all of the products that were in the EU, these like hemp stores and like CBD cafes, they're just, if you've been to Amsterdam, if you've been to Prague, just everywhere. Like, I love the one where it was like payment processing loans and like also selling CBD. And you're like, oh, wow, great new buzzword. But novel foods is much more important than anyone really realizes when it comes to making food supplements and products. And we talked about this for years as this was being interpreted, of how novel foods would change European produce and also the ability to import certain sorts of products to those markets. So if you're in the European space, this is much more serious than you can imagine. It takes time, it's expensive, and it's like adult stuff. And if you're trying to do products, like, they'll be shut down. They won't be able to be carried by big box or any sort of distribution channels. So you have to think, what's the most compliant level of certifications or processings, standardizations that you need to follow to sell to your hardest import market? And when we think EU, it's been going on for a long time, but some of the massive plays that are happening in China, some of these other countries, Canada's been producing for a long time, but many of the things there were for the current market and current desired products. Now, this is what people think about. Thank you. Like, I love how, I hope someone would laugh. This, a good friend of mine made this meme recently from Wake and Bake. And it's like, there's a new cannabinoid on the street. It's like, wow, it's not just THC and CBD. There's hundreds of these. And we're barely beginning to study these. But I mean, even CBD prospectors in 2018, like, it's going to be the next one. We have to get ahead of this. But there's so many cannabinoids, so many types of companies. But when you think of like Manitoba Harvest, or if you're buying hemp hearts or something in the United States, most likely it's coming from those companies. They were purchased to like add positive things to balance sheets for some of those large overinflated public companies in Canada. But these millions of uses, when I see that all the, like, we're going to build the houses out of hempcrete, carbon sequestration, all these great things, they're really lacking about $250 million in the United States of infrastructure investment and development for the decoders, the redders, the processors, the massive industrial 1,000-liter CO2 and ethanol type instruments. They exist, they're expensive, and you need to have quality biomass coming into them. And if you're going to go into some of these new channels, just know it's not about trying to like create something. It's like, how do I make something that's for a positive exit from like my IP, or what can I sell to Dow, DuPont, like Monsanto? Sorry to say it, but that's the exit that investors are looking for. You having a hemp farm in Tennessee and growing 20 acres and doing some CBD processing in some barn, and then you're going to bulk offload it to someone else. Well, there's about 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 other people thinking that exact same thing. And they have been for years. You're late to the game on that. And the game already exploded. So what's going to differentiate you as like a potential exit strategy, and knowing your cost, knowing your genetics, having stable genetics, and realizing that hemp farmers, just like, from childhood, it's like how you bond together with other farmers to be able to get into other new markets. Otherwise, you're selling to your neighbors, and they all got tomatoes too. So kind of like in conclusion here, it's like, you don't want to CBD me right now. I love that meme. But most current businesses are going to fail. I know that as an investor. I know that having worked with hundreds of hemp operators, when they call with problems, and before you get into problems and have to deal with them, plan your operation. Realize this is an agricultural commodity, as stated, and there are seasons, there are agricultural vectors, there's cost components, there's force majeure act of gods, of tornadoes and crazy hailstorms or grasshoppers. So you have to get ahead of these things with planning and have an option to get this to market. Because if not, you're just producing a bunch of a product and it doesn't make sense from a viable business model. So I'm not sure if there's any time for questions at all. Just really pleasure to meet all of you virtually here and share my wonderful new luck, and wishing everyone some good success out there with this plant this year.
Nick, I just had a super quick question for you. When we were looking into getting into hemp, one of the things that I was consulted on when it came to credit card processing is to get multiple processors, because we had a situation, I think it was last year sometime, where the credit card processors just stopped taking hemp money, and a lot of people had no way to collect money. What is your opinion on that? Do you feel people should have more than one processor when getting into the hemp industry?
Well, more than one anything. I think COVID more than anything taught us that we cannot be reliant on single supply chains for anything that's vital to your business model. So be it your seeds and someone not being able to deliver your 100,000 clones on time, or your greenhouses, or your payment processing, you always have to have redundant systems in these businesses. I mean, we've seen companies shaken to the core over something like that, or running out of the packaging, like someone mentioned. Like when you look into like Sana Packaging, some of the other new ones coming up that do great hemp products that aren't the Chinese varieties, I mean, they just are able to capture major new market share. So with payment processing, there's also some aspects with where they're located and the taxes that can go into that. But there's plenty of them now. So negotiate your best deal and always have a contingency for any single point of failure.
Thank you. That is such great advice and a wonderful talk today. It was really great having you, Nick.
Thanks, everybody.
We are going to now go to our next speaker, Miss Kim McCarthy. Kim is the founding partner for the Pipeline Strategies. Having consulted for 20 years, Kim entered the financial services arena with FINRA licensing, S6, S26, and S63, to champion the role of AVP recruiting and marketing, leading Forrester's independent BD IRA FESCO through a 3-year growth period for both. Kim became a solopreneur, which I love this new terminology, with the Pipeline Recruiting, offering talent advisory and recruiting services along with the recruitment, marketing, and creative campaigns. In 2019, Kim entered the cannabis and digital marketing arena by launching Harvest and Plume on the hemp side, and the cannabis session serving both sides of the plant. Her services expanded, offering people strategies to guide organizations towards opportunities and branding themselves as an employer of the choice. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Kim McCarthy.
Hi, thank you very much, Tracy. Honestly, that cuts down a lot of just talking about myself, which is good.
Kim, sorry to interrupt, Kim, but it's a little hard to hear you. We may need to have you turn your volume up just a little.
All the way. How about that?
Okay, great. Thank you so much. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Okay. So having that background, let me tell you how I came into the industry. And it was really by default. My son was diagnosed with allergy-induced asthma of unknown origin. And I think it was in 6th grade at the time. So I was looking for a lot of clean alternative living situations. And that took me down a rabbit hole for a long time. And in that process, I found it was very difficult to find factual information, relevant information, and current information that wasn't leveraged or sponsored, sponsored studies. And so having a background in people strategies, which includes training and leadership development and creating all of the materials, adult learning theory, I saw this as a great opportunity to create a digital publication for the general public, but really B2B and B2C, but an actual legitimate place where you can get the factual information, but it turns into eye candy. And because it's photojournalism and adult learning theory that's put into the formatting, and what it does is create a sense of bond and pursuit for literally the knowledge as you're going through this process. So knowing what I had gone through, and that allowed me to come out of the cannabis closet And when I would try to deliver this information to others, family or friends, it didn't matter. There's still a lot of belief system and stigma around it. So that's why I came up with this opportunity. And then I wanted to make sure, because really my background's all in people strategies, I wanted to make sure that this would create opportunities for others. So that's why this is a little bit different. I'm going to share my screen, and I will end up giving you the link to this. And what I want you to do after you get the link is to literally explore on the screen, because it's about an experience. Here we go. My screen. Sorry about that. There we go. So I just went over my background here. Oh my. Sorry, I'm used to working on a Mac, and now I'm on a PC. Everything's backwards. So when you go on to here, you'll see that I have two different digital publications. Harvest and Plume is all about hemp, everything hemp. The Cannabis Sessions is everything plus THC. But we want to focus on the hemp industry for now. And all of these opportunities I've been able to showcase. And in all of these, by the way, are taken from all of the issues. And this happens to be talking about the green rush. And you can see that the categories, all these opportunities in the industry being consulting, cultivation, testing, legal, compliance, media, marketing, it goes on. But the great thing is that we can see how this is building. And by having this information, we can also see the areas that are lacking, and guarantee there's always going to be a correlation between where it's lacking in the professional area. You're going to be finding a lot of misinformation and false prophets online. So moving along, we have, I love this. I'm a huge art fan. And this particular, these are two different artists. And the Snoop painting is with Cannabis and Cannabis paint. And I absolutely adore, this is by David Cal Lawrence. And he does all sorts of industry celebrities, but also a lot of Native American art as well. And then people who are in the industry, the other one happens to be by Jo Swigert in Oklahoma. And she's a tattoo artist and artist on canvas. And we see other areas. Mohan Sundraisen, he has this fantastic ability to literally and creatively weave his philosophy in with his art. And it's taken on through the cannabis industry. Excuse me. And then Diego Beckhart. So moving out of that, then a little bit into the artistic flair, hempstone being different from hempcrete. Hempstone is a different type of, it's really like a paper mache, but virtually indestructible. And I came across this industrial engineer and artist his name is Jacob Frank. And anyway, he designs canna guitars, and they're absolutely amazing. And it's through hempstone. And here we go. So then, of course, that brings in Morris Beagle and his hemp guitars as well, and seeing the difference between them and these wonderful opportunities in creating more art through the music industry. Then taking that on to hempcrete, this is absolutely fascinating, and this is where it actually started for me, because the walls are, using hempcrete is really one of the best living situations that an asthmatic could live in. And this was the beginning of my many rabbit holes I went down. Since then, I've actually designed on paper, not by architect, but I've designed 5 different homes utilizing the concepts of sustainability and hempcrete. More opportunities. And then, of course, a lot of people may already know about hempwood cabinets. And there's this awesome company in Kentucky, and they've come up with hempwood flooring. It's the Hempwood company. And I mean, things are just exploding. And I love to be able to create a platform and a venue to showcase that this isn't about the THC cannabinoid. And I wish more people would understand that all of that's broken down into cannabinoids, which also on the plant side, breaking that apart into creating industrial products such as this. You move into textiles. You know, you can go from literally building your home to furnishing your home with everything in hemp. You have your clothing. Um, Moving on to nonprofits, the hemp industry, we're showcasing, looking for sponsorship. I just received this 2 days ago that we're now going to be looking for NASCAR sponsors, specifically for hemp and CBD, because NASCAR recently approved those as sponsors. So this is a really big opportunity that not only do I want to showcase, but it also allows the industry to grow, and it's a place where you can provide factual information and share it and not feel bad about it. It's eye candy you want to share. So I'm going to share the link so you can actually go through this on your own, and I'll open this up to Tracy.
That was great, Kim. Thank you so much. I had a question for you about hempcrete specifically, because I'm so fascinated by this. What kind of adoption are you seeing right now in construction as a whole compared to maybe what you saw 2 and 3 years ago?
You know, it's a little different because I live in Boulder, and Boulder has a bubble, and it's called the Boulder bubble. When you live not in the mountains, then you live by and with different zoning ordinances and codes, and things change. So I see when it's in the mountains, and my mountains are that way, you do see a lot of the more sustainability, and they also have to do with fire remediation and making sure, how can your house withstand a forest fire? Well, guess what? Hempcrete can.
Really?
Oh yeah, it won't burn.
That is not a fact that I was aware of. Can you explain that a little bit in more detail? We still have another minute left.
Sure. Hempcrete really is just 3 ingredients. It's water, hemp hurd, and limestone. Well, after it cures, it basically fossilizes. It won't burn.
Oh, I had no idea. You actually taught me something new, which is kind of hard to do.
Well, thank you. But you know what? All of that you can find in these digital publications, which is the purpose of having adult learning theory. It gets it in there with eye candy.
That is absolutely wonderful. Well, thank you so much for your time today. That was a wonderful presentation.
Thanks so much.
All right, guys, now we are going to move over to our panel portion of the show. This panel is going to be called Leveraging Celebrities and Influencers in the Hemp Industry. I'm going to be welcoming one of my favorite people in the industry as your moderator today, which is Mr. Jim Baudino. Jim will be the moderator for this panel, and we're going to be introducing you to some incredible pro athletes, Mr. Riley Cote and Anna Simmons. Jim, I'm going to tell you a little bit about him first before I turn it over, though. He is an advisor, an investor, an award-winning executive that's currently a partner at Theorola Agency. This is a brand incubator and leading creative and strategic communications company. That was a hard one to say. He started his career in cannabis and hemp with Snoop Dogg and founded the global platform Mary Jane Media. Jim is a global speaker, and he's been focused on raising awareness that benefits the cannabis industry and its long history, while also dispelling all the stigmas that are out there while educating on social and economic issues and injustices. Prior to the cannabis industry, Jim spent 10 years with Toyota North America, where he held leadership roles in marketing and business development, with the latest overseeing national sponsorship and partnership strategies for Toyota's lineup, including 20 celebrities and athletes. He spearheaded relationships with brands like NBC, GoPro, NBA, Pepsi, and Live. Along with internal awards for innovation, Jim was a recipient of the auto industry's prestigious Automotive News 40 Under 40 Award. Please help me welcome my dear friend and colleague, Mr. Jim Baudino.
Hi, Tracy. Thank you so much for having me. It's been such a great lineup of respected voices in the industry. Didn't expect you to go through my whole resume, but thank you for providing that overview. So you have a great lineup today, but just wanted to give a quick overview. One of the areas we focus on at Fiorello is leveraging celebrities and influencers to support brand growth. Over my 5 years in cannabis and my previous life with Toyota, I've seen it all, the good, the bad, and the ugly, how brands work with celebrities and influencers. And, brands, they've been using celebrities and influencers for centuries. beginning in the 1760s, where royal endorsements were used to promote products like pottery and chinaware. Over the years, we've seen a variety of well-known musicians, actors, professional athletes, TV personalities, and social media influencers promote a variety of products from alcohol to headphones. So more recently, we've seen significant increase in the number of celebrities and influencers advocating for cannabis and hemp. Some coming out with their own products, or some being used to support specific brands. Now, I am honored to be joined by Riley Cote and Anna Simons, two professional athletes that have been advocates for cannabis and hemp well before it was a trend. They've been vocal about the benefits of cannabis and have been instrumental in bringing the conversation to a mainstream audience. So Riley is the former NHL player and currently a partner in a hemp-derived CBD and functional mushroom recovery product line called Body Check Wellness, and is also the process of building out a hemp processing facility and a curriculum with the Pennsylvania State University called Advanced Alchemy Labs. Now, Anna is a player in the USA Rugby Women's Premier League and is the Director of Education for East Fork Cultivars and serves on the Oregon Cannabis Commission's Research Leadership Committee. So thank you both for being here today.
Thanks for having us.
Of course. Anna. Riley, your face is looking better.
It's looking better.
Fight with poison sumac.
Yeah, quick recovery. But yeah, it was ugly for a couple of days. So I'm thankful I'm actually able to see the screen today. So,
well, thank you both. Now, I just wanted you to each take a moment to provide some insight into how you were introduced to the cannabis and hemp industries and how it's made an impact in your life. So, Anna, I'd love to start with you.
Sure. Well, first, so so what I learned from that wasn't really the big deal that we were being told that in terms of harm or doing drugs, especially as a young athlete, you're really discouraged from cannabis. Decades before I reached a place where I understood cannabis to be the medicinal herb that it is, and hemp, and all the plants in that genus, and then began to use it more strategically to support my wellness and athletic performance, specifically around pain relief, anti-inflammatory properties, getting good rest and sleep, mood and anxiety, all of these wonderful potential therapeutic properties that it offers.
Great, thank you. So Riley, what's been your history?
Yeah, so I guess my relationship with cannabis goes back to 15, 16 years old when I was introduced to it in a very recreational setting with no understanding of the medicinal value. I used it throughout my junior hockey and pro hockey career. I think it started resonating with me that it was actually really helping with anxiety and sleep, especially when I started fighting within the hockey game for a living. But it wasn't until I retired, and part of my retirement, it was an exit strategy to avoid a traditional substance abuse program and to kind of reel in my wellness and focus on self-care and self-love. Started studying natural alternatives, obviously cannabis being the main one, psilocybin mushrooms. But when I started understanding these other minor cannabinoids and started understanding cannabis as medicine, I started to make sense of it all. And that's when I really started to use it with intention and all the things that Anna mentioned there. I started to make sense of my past relationship with it. So, being a fighter in hockey, the biggest one that I was trying to manage was my concussion issues, my post-concussion syndrome. And, I recognized and learned that the US government held a patent on cannabinoids as neuroprotectants and antioxidants. So it kind of flicked the switch, and it all made sense to me. And, outside of just the medicinal component of cannabis that we're talking about here, what really got me attracted to it was, the nutritional profile of the hemp seed. So I started understanding these different dimensions of the cannabis plant that I'd never really been introduced to. I think I remember growing up and, having a hemp bracelet, and that was the only real association between cannabis and hemp and this industrial world that, was misunderstood. So making sense of this all it all kind of happened right as I retired, that I became extremely passionate about it and felt the need to advocate for it. And I started a nonprofit back then called the Hemp Foundation, and just started speaking. Still do a music festival in Philly, just with Hemp Music Festival, and just started kind of helping show the different faces of cannabis. Again, the nutritional components, the textiles, the building applications, obviously the medicinal and therapeutic applications. And then eventually those efforts kind of came back full circle into the sports world, and just started realizing, wow, that, athletes really do have a powerful platform to make change. And eventually my efforts turned into a different nonprofit that I helped co-found. It was called Athletes for Care. And then it started really just trying to help guys with, retirement and, the transition into the real world. But a lot of these guys were banged up with physical injuries, concussion issues, and just really a lack of identity and purpose. So tying in the cannabis plant into that seemed like a logical fit. And, it was, the rest was history, as far as my involvement in cannabis space, just really riding that sports platform to normalize and destigmatize cannabis, not just the medicine, but the whole entire cannabis plant.
Great. Well, thank you for that background. Now, I would like to get in a little bit more detail about what you're currently working on. Annie, can you provide some insight into your current role with East Fork Cultivars?
Yeah, I'm the Director of Education for East Fork, which is an Oregon farm that grows both traditional state-licensed cannabis with a focus on breeding for different CBD ratios, and then also craft hemp, which is the same plant, some of the same varieties, but legally, of course, having a low enough THC level to legally qualify as hemp. So this was a really nice expansion, I guess, of my personal passion and experience into my professional life. I had started working in the cannabis industry sort of by accident. It was opportunity to help a family friend with their business, and it also really supported the things I was learning through my personal experience. I got a spinal injury in 2013, a herniated disc and 2 bulging discs above it that gave me a lot of acute pain at the time, and then chronic pain that I've had since. And I found cannabis to be by far the best resource for managing that pain and managing my physical condition while still allowing me to pursue my passion and play rugby. And then specifically, I became interested in CBD as I started hearing more about it in 2014. And with that personal interest, it opened up doors for the opportunity at East Fork. So now I actually get to spend all my time reading cannabis research, going to conferences, or back when they were in person. Now we'll have them online. And then teaching that cannabis science to others in a way that's understandable and helps them make decisions that empower their health and wellness. So it's been very rewarding to have something that I believe in that's done so much for me, and to be able to take that and share that with others in a way that truly improves their lives.
Great, thank you. And as far as the education that you're providing, what sorts of outlets do you leverage to get that education out?
We've done a few different things. First, we focused on dispensary staff. So here in Oregon, obviously cannabis is state legal, and especially a few years ago, there was a real need for additional education in that retail arena, where perhaps the folks who worked at those shops were enthusiastic about cannabis, but maybe didn't know a whole lot about CBD in particular. And so we developed a free education workshop called CBD Certified. And I went around in person to more than 100 different dispensaries in Oregon and did the workshop with the staff at these these shops. So we had that in-person component, which was great. And then we sort of shifted things online as well. So obviously that's the way these days in general, but even before COVID, started doing online webinars to increase the reach of getting the information out there.
And then with your role in the Oregon Cannabis Commission's Research Leadership Subcommittee, what is the objective of the organization, and what are some of the things that you've been doing to date?
That's a group that contains mostly medical professionals from different disciplines and other stakeholders in medical cannabis research. And the goal of that subcommittee is to sort of direct the commission to what the most relevant research is, the most important research, and what they should be paying attention to. So with COVID, it's interrupted our schedule a bit, but it does seem like a group that has a lot of knowledge, a wealth of knowledge and perspectives on it. So I'm pretty optimistic that we'll be able to contribute some really important guidance to the bureaucratic commissions that regulate cannabis and hemp in our state.
Thank you. So Riley, you touched on it briefly, but I'd love for you to go a little bit more detail about Body Check Wellness and some of the other programs you're working on, especially with the university and the education as well.
Sure, yeah. So Body Check Wellness is a hemp-derived CBD and functional mushroom company. Part of my healing of concussion issues was, yes, cannabis and CBD, but also functional mushrooms like lion's mane and chaga and reishi and the rest of them. So naturally, it seemed like a fit to blend the two worlds together. So and also understanding that the direction of the hemp-derived CBD space was saturated, and we wanted to be a little bit unique in that regard. So integrating mushrooms with hemp seemed like a logical fit based on my experience. So all things wellness, coming out with a couple different mushroom blends outside of the CBD space. So just trying to just stay somewhat diverse with that. But that project is on its own, and then we have Advanced Alchemy Labs, which we actually signed this LOI with the Cheney University. It's the oldest historically Black university in the U.S. and they've been struggling financially, and the state stepped in, and they wanted to create a robust, progressive type of curriculum, bringing in sustainable, progressive industry. Obviously, hemp fits that bill. So we had an opportunity to work with their team the last 6 months, and right before COVID hit, we signed the LOI, and obviously threw a little wrench in the progression of it. But it's an extraction facility and lab, as well as a soil to oil curriculum. We're going to actually help build out, like I said, the soil to oil component to the curriculum, helping the students understand cultivation all the way through the processing and marketing of the product. So in the middle of that, should be a pretty interesting model. The state's behind it, obviously, state-run university. So lots of interesting things there. And then we'll tie in that to Body Check Wellness once it's all up and running. And then outside of the hemp-derived CBD space, I am working with Grassroots Cannabis and Herbology Dispensary within the Pennsylvania, mainly Philly area, on just community education. So doing, before COVID, in-person educational community events, and since COVID, it's been online, just content creation and Zoom type of informational and educational type of panels and discussions. So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Right. It's great to see you both so involved with education. And I mean, that's one of the most important aspects of the cannabis industry, is to educating the population, but also whether it's brands and agencies, people in marketing, people in investments, really on just the basic level of the cannabis plant. So appreciate you both doing that work. So I did want to get into a little bit more about the organization Athletes for Care. I know Riley is the co-founder and Anna is ambassador. Can you talk a little bit more about the organization and some of the work that you've been doing and some of the people that have been involved along with you?
Sure. Yeah, this goes back about 3.5 years or so, just being on the speaking circuit, in the cannabis space, around cannabis conferences. I started running into the same old faces, and a lot of synergy all around, and just based on what they were going through and how cannabis helped increase their quality of life, save their life, or all the above. And naturally, it seemed fitting. Well, why don't we kind of come together and form an official organization to help not just athletes, but the general public too, right? We realized that the type of issues that athletes were dealing with mimics what's going on in society. So we recognize that, the identity crisis, the lack of purpose for a lot of people, just transitioning from different jobs to another, and just the way people, and say athletes in this case, were managing their pain, physical pain, emotional pain, spiritual pain. So naturally, cannabis was a great tool to introduce athletes to, and just educate this alternative medicine component. It's evolved since then. That was kind of helping guys in the moment transition out of the game, replace, whether it's opioids, alcohol, or just Ambien and all these other, toxic pharmaceuticals that athletes seem to be dependent on or addicted to. Outside of just that, it landed up being, there's a bigger picture here to helping people. It's, it's job placements, it's opportunity, it's speaking engagements, it's building brands, it's all these, different components. So we've started extending our tentacles, if you will, and started having different programs and opportunities presented to the players, again, not just selfishly for athletes, but to extend into the community and help normalize this for the general public. Because for whatever reason, I kind of understand why, being an athlete now, why people say the general public looks up to athletes, and it's only because they put their body on the line, the physical demanding sports, concussions, the whole bit. And if they can get relief from something like this, it makes sense for them that it might work for them. So besides just spreading the good word and at events and community driven events, we're engaging in different research initiatives too. Again, not just selfishly for the athlete, it's to push out to the general public, so they can grab onto this outside of just anecdotal stories. And then just recently, I think the most recent initiative we've engaged in since COVID hit was a Save Youth Sports initiative. And I think whether you played pro sports or collegiate sports or whatever level you got to, it all started with youth sports, and just the powerful impact this youth sports has on developing, again, not just athletes, people, right? I mean, there's all kinds of structure and positive outcomes that come in with the youth sports program. So just trying to raise awareness, find sponsors to help fund some of these youth sports programs, because I mean, COVID's obviously affected everyone's life in some way, shape, or form. And we're talking about the youth here now, and without youth sports, they're going to have to find other things to do. So just kind of raising awareness around that. I know in the grand scheme of what we're dealing with, it seems like really a non-priority, but I really think it is a priority, because we have to create structure for our youth, especially when times are crazy and there's a lot of instability. So that's our most recent project is the Save Youth Sports program. And yeah, we're just kind of building as we go, but it's all things wellness. Cannabis is just a tool. It's one of many powerful tools. We talk about integration into wellness with these types of tools: meditation, yoga, breath work, just nutritional healing. So we talk about all these things, but obviously we have an opioid crisis on our hands, and cannabis would be naturally the most immediate tool to replace that and help increase quality of life for everyone.
Yeah, I would say also, in addition to what Riley discussed, Athletes for Care has just been an opportunity for us to pay it forward. I think the people involved in the group have had profound personal experiences of healing and, you know, their lives really improving, and they feel passionate about sharing those truths and making that medicine accessible to everyone. So, you know, with that advocacy comes things like Marvin Washington's lawsuit against the DEA, which is ongoing and has the potential to really reform not only this industry but medicine in our country. You know, the petition that we did to the World Anti-Doping Agency to remove THC from the banned in competition substance list, and other types of advocacy that we as athletes have, you know, we can use our platform to really put out into the public awareness.
Anna, can you share a little bit about your experience with pain management while you're playing? What are the doctors telling you? Just give a scenario to the audience about what it's like as a professional athlete to be having to deal with so much pain and what you're being told.
Well, for my sport, it's a little different than some of the other leagues, just because rugby is a much less known sport here in the US and less financially supported. So what that means is that, you know, I don't have a team doctor that is telling me you need to take this. But on the other hand, it's up to me to find the medical resources I need to care for myself. And even when I'm making those medical decisions for myself, I am still making them the way that an athlete does, which is with a great deal of commitment to the team and the goals of the team. So even if it's not a paycheck that's on the line for me necessarily, it could be, you know, we're going to playoffs and I know that I'm needed on the field. So for example, one year that was the case, and I had I suffered an avulsion fracture in my foot, which is when your ligament rips a chunk of bone off of your bone, and it's really painful, swells up like crazy. And so I was taking indomethacin, which is a very powerful prescription anti-inflammatory, for about 6 weeks, and I got bleeding ulcers and just stomach pain and nausea, and it allowed me to compete through the end of the season. And I wouldn't have changed that decision, but now with what I know about the anti-inflammatory properties of CBD, for example, I would have tried that route, doing, you know, high doses of CBD to see if that could control the inflammation. And of course, THC I was already using for pain management. But, you know, I've prescribed everything under the sun in terms of painkillers, anti-inflammatories, muscle relaxants. I've had trigger point injections injected into spasming muscles. I've had a couple surgeries. I've had broken bones and chipped teeth and all these things. And there's something about athletes that just makes us, well, I guess there's probably a few things, you know, like a predisposition to ignore pain and focus on the goal, and to not give up and really pursue those, you know, our passions with complete commitment. So I think that the tough part comes, like Riley alluded to, with retirement. You start going, oh, look at the condition of my body, and now I've got to live with this for a lifetime. And especially when that includes components of brain health and the head injuries that we tend to get in especially contact sports. There's a lot of reckoning that comes into play, and you go, okay, if I'm in my late 30s and it hurts, you know, to get out of bed or stand for more than 30 minutes or, you know, all these things, then what am I going to feel like in 10 years and 20 years and 30? So it's really kind of stepping away from that model of symptom treatment that we so often turn to in allopathic Western medicine, and really trying to get to the root of healing, like Riley also alluded to, with the physical dimension, but also the mental, emotional, and the spiritual dimensions of holistic medicine, which is where I think, again, plant medicine can be so powerful.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. So I did want to now touch on a little bit more around celebrities and influencers in the space, because there are so many new brands coming out and new celebrities, and everyone saying they're using CBD for some treatment of various issues. So how can celebrities and influencers best advocate for cannabis, and what have you found to be most effective in your own lives? For now, this is just advocating for the general use of it, and then we'll get into the brand question later. And Riley, you want to take this one?
Sure. Yeah, I think just being genuine with how it's working, right? I mean, I think you got a handful of athletes that are very well educated and they have the experience of using these products. And then you have a handful of athletes that just got introduced to it and they're having amazing success using these products and just want to, stand on the rooftop and shout it out. And so you got different versions of how they are influencing, but I think just being genuine with your story. And I think the story is the medicine. What I've learned in these in the cannabis space and the plant medicine space in general, it's a powerful thing. So whether you can list off 20 cannabinoids or not, I don't think that's really the point. I think it's being vulnerable, being genuine, sharing your stories and how it's helped you. And I think people connect with that. I think influencing in this space more than, selling cars and, other things, I think it really does connect with people when you're sincere and you speak from the heart. So that's from my own personal experience and what I've seen.
Great. Thank you. Anna, how about you?
I completely agree with everything Riley said. I think honesty and integrity is really integral to an endorsement, so to speak. I think, you don't really want somebody who's in it just for the paycheck, not only because, for multiple reasons, but really this is, it's, as an effective endorsement, you do want someone who really believes, who has that same passion for your product that you do, because they've experienced the effectiveness of it, which really ties into the social responsibility around cannabis medicine and hemp CBD medicine. It is something people use as medicine, and it is a therapeutic substance. So it's really not just another shampoo or what consumer product. So we do have a responsibility to make sure that we are creating medicine that's both pure and effective, whether that's just at the level of a supplement or if it's something that's more potent and is really going to be addressing more serious medical conditions.
I think that's important for the influencers and any celebrity getting into the space to really understand the product and do their research and make sure that the product's effective and all of the benefits it states, being cautious about that. It's above board. It's following regulations because you wouldn't want that impacting yourselves. Now, as far as brands, and when brands are getting into the space, how can they leverage influencers and celebrities, even brands that are starting off that may not have the budget? What do you recommend brands being able to do to get those influencers and potential celebrity partners just to help promote themselves and their brand? Anna, continue with you.
Sure. I think some of that is connecting with the right people, particularly if you don't have a big budget. That might actually end up being a good thing for you because you'll have to work a little harder to find the right people, but that gives you a greater chance of finding someone who sincerely loves your product and will endorse it wholeheartedly and in perhaps, exchange for free product. And that might be all for some folks. I think another important factor is, as Riley kind of pointed out, there are people who have been outspokenly talking about these issues for a while in the public eye. And then there are a lot of folks who are newer to the scene. And we welcome everyone to join the party, but recognize that you have some extra credibility if you align yourself with people who have been sharing this message and have taken it upon themselves to advocate even before it was so popular and when it was more risky. So you can gain a lot of credibility that way as well.
Got it. Okay, we are running out of time. I think there's one question. Tracy, can we answer that?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Riley, what do celebrities and athletes look for in companies when deciding who to endorse and market with?
I just think it goes back to what Anna was just talking about. You find a brand that you connect with, right? I mean, if you're heavy into the recreational cannabis, you would align yourself with a company that's really branding themselves as a high THC recreational cannabis brand. If you're more in the science of it, or more in the non-psychoactive side of it, you align with someone that's a little bit more in that world and research heavy and whatnot. I think it just ends up being the individual connecting with the right brand. I think this is again a little bit different than finding that car dealership or that shampoo company, because I think there's so many different companies, and then the philosophies, at least on the medicinal side of whether it's cannabis or hemp, are very similar. But there is there is still some philosophy differences, especially when you start leaching over into the recreational type of world. So I think it's just all based on the individual itself. I mean, how much are you willing to put yourself out there? How educated are you on these products? Or you just want to put your face on there? Or do you want to do actual education and actually, getting in the community and talking about this? So everyone's at a different level in their, in their cannabis journey. And based on that, I think it's the decision lands up being just how much you or little you want to get involved in, and the type of brands you want to get involved with.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Tracy, for having us.
That was a wonderful, wonderful talk. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your week, and thanks for coming today.
All right,
Thanks
thanks
for having
Anna.
me.
Thanks, Riley.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anna. All right, guys, we are going to now move on to our next speaker, Mandy Lyle. She is the founder and CEO of Potency number 701. Growing up, her father spent 13 years of his life in prison for marijuana and other marijuana. And although this stigma has been carried with it, Mandy has took it as inspiration to show everyone the beauty in the potent of this plant. She opened her first skincare clinic at the ripe age of 20, quickly developing a knack for plant-based, non-toxic products. And when she moved to LA, she found herself walking through clouds of smoke as her and her fiance ventured into the cannabis business. The two applied their combined knowledge of both skincare and cannabis industry to create Potency number 710, a line of balanced beauty products fueled by non-toxic plant-powered ingredients, with one of their favorites being full-spectrum hemp CBD. As a girl formerly from Tennessee, it is my pleasure to welcome a fellow Southerner, Miss Mandy Lyle.
Hi, Tracy. Thank you for that introduction. Part of my first few minutes was going to be introducing myself, if you didn't. So I have a background in aesthetics. I worked alongside a well-known physician for several years. So I'm coming from like the medical side of the small business. My father, as you know, you just said, I was kind of born into cannabis. I knew what a grow was before I went to kindergarten, and probably spent more time in prisons than theme parks growing up as a child. I was never mad at my dad for this. I just was mad at the law, I guess, because I couldn't figure out why my dad kept going to jail over a plant. So with that being said, I took a lot of that inspiration. And when I moved to LA, I decided I wanted to be in a bigger city. I met my now fiance for many years, and we are in the legal side of the cannabis business, which I was very leery of when he told me he was going to be going into the cannabis business. I said, I'm going to the courthouse with you. I'm going to make sure this is really legit. I did not have any desire to relive my childhood. With those three things in mind, with my background in the medical aesthetic business, my passion for plant-based ingredients, with my 40 plus years of street credit from my dad, watching all of the different walks of life coming out of our home. Thank God my mom was balanced and had divorced him early on. So I kind of got the best of both worlds. I think that's how I ended up a little bit balanced out. But with that, and then Harry going into cannabis, and we now have 2 cannabis stores, and we're vertically integrated here in Needles, California, is where our stores are based out of. We're actually based out of North Hollywood, but we have a place here and come here to work those stores as well. In between all of that, I started seeing all the benefits of CBD and how it was going to be a strong antioxidant, even stronger than vitamin C and E. And something just clicked in my head that this is what it is. This is what is bigger than what you dream. This is what you're going to do. You're going to create a product and you're going to bring CBD to beauty. So I've been said I'm disrupting the beauty industry with this ingredient, but I definitely think it's here to stay. I do not think it's a fad. And what I'm seeing happening with my products personally are an array of skin issues being solved in a very short period of time. Now, as the attorney spoke on earlier, we are not allowed to make claims, but I wake up every morning to some amazing before and after photos of people's skin that have transitioned in a 3-day period. So I do believe that it's definitely here to stay in beauty. I pulled up some facts. During COVID, the prestige beauty market went down by about 14%. But the winners in this group was your hand sanitizers, your non-utility skincare, and your self-care, which includes CBD. And I love the fact that when we were deemed essential, I was like, wow, how ironic that I spent so much time in my life before visiting my dad in prison for selling marijuana. And now I'm selling marijuana and it's essential. So it was really mind-blowing when that happened, and it was listed right underneath the grocery stores. So we were all thankful for that. They project that the CBD beauty industry, hemp beauty industry market, is going to be at $959 million by 2024. So I think continuing education is going to be key in the beauty market, and I believe people are going to be more reluctant to try a topical product than an ingestible. So I believe for the beauty industry, I'm doing as much as I can as far as educating and bringing out more blogs about CBD as an antioxidant and about all the powers that this plant really has. And I hope that in the end, I just hope that this plant brings peace to this world, in a world that so much needs peace right now. I just hope it's the plant that's just going to bring us all together and really change the way we look at medicine and ingredients and products.
Mandy, thank you so much for that. Such an inspirational story. I'm so inspired by your fight to continue to bring so much positivity to this plant. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. You're amazing.
Thank you. All right, everyone. That wraps up our speaker portion of the show today. I hope you enjoyed all of these incredible speakers as much as I did. I learned some awesome new things. We're now going to switch over to the investor pitch competition. I'd like to now bring back our speaker from earlier today, Ms. Julie Lerner, who is the founder and CEO of Pan Exchange. Julie is going to be your moderator, and I'll be back with you after the winners are announced to lead you into the networking portion of the evening. All right, Julie, over to you.
Wow, that was fast. I thought you would be around for a while and help me out a little bit. All right. No, I'm happy to do this. I'm really excited about it. Looks like we've got a huge audience and a lot of ground to cover. So we about 18 minutes just to get everything set up, introduce all the investors, talk a little bit about the structure. I am Julie Lerner, by the way, founder and CEO of Pan Exchange. I'll be introducing the judges in just a second, but I'm hoping to talk to you all about structure here. So each CEO is going to have 5 minutes with 4 minutes Q&A. I'm going to do my best to keep you to that, which means I'm probably going to interrupt you. It is your risk whether you want to keep moving forward or allow time for a judge to ask another question. During the Q&A, companies can have another team member join them when answering the questions. then the judges and audience will rank the presentations. So speaking of ranking, we have an incredibly diverse group of 9 different companies, which is amazing, and I can't wait to hear about every one of them. And by the way, I've been on both sides of this. I've done many pitch competitions myself. To the judges, I've offered up a guideline just so everyone can be consistent, apples to apples with each company. So on a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being the lowest, 5 the highest, business model, is it clear? Technology, have you demonstrated the execution in terms of tech and as a business driver, if that's relevant? Innovation, how innovative is it, and how much proof of concept do you have? And product execution. And then judges, I think you've all seen the link that Brad gave you to take that summary and put it into the one score, 1 to 5 for all the contestants. I'd be remiss here if I didn't mention something. As I'd mentioned, greatly diverse group of pitch companies. I know that you're obviously not going to do it right now. I need to talk to you about a TED Talk I've seen by a woman named Dana Konze. Please humor me for a minute. She took 2,000 TechCrunch pitches and Q&A sessions. And here's what she found. The investors, men and women, found that they asked men questions, the male entrepreneurs questions, that was all about upside and the future and kittens and rainbows. Like, what's your addressable market? And then they would ask female investors questions that put them on the defensive, like, how do you expect to protect your market share? And it puts them on their heels. And I don't remember the number, but it resulted in about 78% less funding for the women founders. So personal request to you all, if you could take a second before you ask your questions, try to keep it consistent for all of our entrepreneurs. They work really hard, and just want to be fair and have some fun here. So let's go to the judges. So I'll introduce each one of you, and if I've overlooked something on the bio, please feel free to jump in. And also, for those of you with investment portfolios, we'd love to hear the elevator pitch on what you guys look for, and then I'll ask some more directed questions to others. So first up is David Hess. He's the president and co-founder of Trust Capital. A 2-time cancer survivor, David was introduced to the vast benefits of medical cannabis while undergoing cancer treatments. And he's since dedicated himself to further research, awareness, and business opportunities in the expanding cannabis industry. Trust is a strategic private investment firm embedded at the core of global cannabis sector, originating and managing investments for high net worth individuals, family offices, and institutional investors. Trust has a track record of successful industry investment and works closely with its companies and the industry providing active value-added support. David, welcome.
Thank you, Julie. How are you?
I'm well. I don't see you on. There you are. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting used to this format. So I hope I covered that well for you. Do you have an elevator pitch for what you look for in companies to invest in?
Sure. Typically, we've looked at companies that we've defined as the legs of this industry. So typically infrastructure. And we've generally had a strong eye on ESG companies, companies that have an impact greater than their bottom line, more on the global impact as well.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, David Kunick. Apologies if I didn't pronounce that right. He's the CEO of USC Advisors. David's an entrepreneur who specializes in investor relations advisory services. He's raised capital, expanded several companies, employed over 300 people. He's been in the medical field for over 18 years, been a business owner for over 19 years, and in the cannabis industry for over 10 years. David has assisted many companies securing millions of dollars for his clients, ranging from cannabis, hemp, energy, medical, water, and beverages. He served on numerous boards and an advisor and trusted source of information. Welcome, David.
Thank you for having me, Julie. Appreciate that. So yes, Dr. David Kunick. I've been in the medical field for over 18 plus years. I apologize for the background to everyone. I'm actually located up in Maine right now, actually checking on one of our hemp clients who's growing over 2,000 acres across the country. Pretty much what we look for is really what we tell everyone. Rule number one, failure to plan is planning to fail. We want to make sure that you have your plan in place. We want to make sure that if you're taking investment money, do you have an exit strategy for your investors? And we work with both the companies to get them prepared to take on investors. And we work with both a lot of high net worth individuals, both domestically and internationally, that are looking for good, unique deals. And I'm really looking forward to being here today and hearing today's pitches. So thank you for having me today.
Fantastic. Thank you. Next up, Jay Caway. Jay is the co-founder and managing partner of Supercritical LLC. Jay comes to us with over 30 years of financial market experience at the CBOE and the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. So I'm ad-libbing here, Jay, because I know you. Accomplishments include expanding operations and developing and launching products, specifically exchange-traded products such as Bitcoin futures, corporate bond index futures, SPX options, and so forth. And he's bringing all of that expertise into the cannabis industry for Supercritical. The firm advances investors' participation in the cannabis, hemp, and ancillary marketplaces and provides consulting services to address clients' critical issues and extract maximum value for your business as they navigate rapidly changing marketplace. Did I miss anything, Jay?
No, that was excellent. It's good to see you again, Julie. Good
You
to see
too.
everyone, and thanks to all for coming together for such an important topic and discussion.
Excellent. Thanks, Jay. So then we have John Nemenick. I'm so sorry. He will tell you how to pronounce it in just a second. Green Coast, he's a partner at Green Coast Capital International. It's international investor providing flexible and innovative financing to small cap and micro cap marketplaces. The team is experts in capital markets, capital market making quick decisions and providing growth capital to issuers. John's a serial entrepreneur and investor. He's co-founder, chairman, and CEO. He's exited 3 very successful internet startups. And there's a lot more interesting things here on your bio, but I'll let you jump in right now. I really enjoyed reading this. So.
Well, thank you. Been around for a while. Surname is Nemanic. What do I look for? People, structure, story. Who are the people? What's their track record? What have they done? Structure, how's the business organized? How are they going to scale? Story, what do they have to offer? What differentiates in the marketplace?
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Michael Boniello. Again, I hope I got that right. Managing Director, Poseidon Investment Management. Michael's responsible for early stage diligence on companies, managing the policy and regulatory landscape for the firm, as well as co-managing investor relations for Poseidon's funds. He's spent the past year raising capital for Poseidon's second fund, which is now closed. Congratulations on that. Prior to Poseidon, Michael spent 7 years between Merrill Lynch Private Banking and Investment Group at Barclays. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me today. It's been a great conference thus far. Real quick, to give you a little background, Poseidon manages the 2 funds. As you mentioned, we currently or just recently closed our second fund to new investors and are allocating capital in that fund. And ultimately what we're looking at, we look at about half plant touching, half non-plant touching infrastructure plays, as David Hess had mentioned earlier. We look at this as a multi-billion-dollar retail and agricultural industry with very little and very fragmented infrastructure, and we think there's a lot of opportunities there. And ultimately, we're looking for good operators, hopefully that have a track record in cannabis. I know that's not easy to find, but really people that have a blueprint to execute a real plan. And that's something that we don't see a lot of times where we see pro formas that start to get a little crazy after the first or second year. And I think living up to those expectations are very difficult, and we like operators who are taking a little bit more prudent approach.
It is interesting how some of the structure has, in this gold rush of hemp, has been thrown out the window. So I appreciate the discipline on that. Next up, we have Matthew Nordgren, founder and CEO of Arcadian Funds. Matthew is an ambitious executive, dedicated philanthropist, and accomplished athlete who brings unique passion to creating strategic alliances. He brings a breadth and depth of experience in finance, corporate development, capital sourcing, as well as building highly motivated teams of skilled professionals. He's currently the CEO and founder of Arcadian Fund and Arcadian Capital Management, a venture fund that invests in ancillary businesses in and around cannabis and hemp industries. More specifically, Series A type opportunities where proven businesses are looking for growth equity. I think I'm going to leave it there and let you jump in and speak for yourself, Matthew.
Hey, thanks, Julie. Glad to be here with so many great industry leaders and friends. I think the things you've heard so far are similar to the things we look for in terms of what John and Michael and David and everybody has already said. One of the more important things that I think haven't been mentioned is timing. You know, we all are trying to figure out timing. It seems like every year it's like, well, next year. But next year might be the year. And so ultimately we'll look back. I don't think history's been written at all in this industry. So it's just a world of opportunity ahead. And we're looking for businesses that understand how to be prudent, how to understand how to, you know, really be a great team, but also not get ahead of themselves and not be too far behind themselves. So timing's really important. I think the last thing that we'd like to say, probably out of our couple of funds, I think we're around 35 companies now. So the ecosystem is important to us as well. A lot of times a great opportunity comes across that meets a lot of our mandates, but quite frankly, we can't see how we can add the value we like to add as investors. And I think my friends on this call will agree. We're constantly trying to provide value to companies. It's not just about writing a check. So more than ever, now is our opportunity to do that because we get to have structures that make sense. Before, we couldn't compete with Canadian public company banker structures. They didn't like corporate governance and independent boards and these types of things. So now you get to do that. It's really a good feeling. We're excited for these companies from a timing standpoint. And I think it's really important that investors try to add a lot of value. It's not just money anymore. You really need to be with these companies on this last stretch here, however long it takes.
Excellent, thank you. Next up, we have Nick Easley, CEO and Managing Director of Multiverse Capital, also spoke earlier today. Nick is the CEO and Managing Director for Multiverse, a globally recognized cannabis industry expert. He's also the founder and CEO of 3C Consulting, LLC, the nation's leading strategic cannabis consulting firm. Nick and his team have worked in 16 countries, 34 states, and 2 territories, assisting nearly 500 cannabis companies across all sectors of the industry. He received the High Times Blazer Award in 2015 and was named one of the rising stars in cannabis investment by Business Insider. And Nick is a veteran of the U.S. Air Force. Welcome, Nick.
Thanks, pleasure to be back with everybody here this afternoon. Beard is longer than the last time. Really good to see all of you. I know we've gotten to have a lot of fun with these kind of pitch competitions, and you know, it's fun, but it's real. This is where the rubber meets the road in this industry. I mean, I started in Colorado back in 2006 after I got out of the military just as a medical patient, and seeing what wasn't a regulated industry or business form out of chaos in an illicit market, and caregivers doing their best to provide quality medicine to patients that deserved it and was legal in their states. Now seeing what's happening on a national basis, like with hemp companies, cannabis companies, the ancillary businesses that support them, it's incredible. But we can't just go public anymore. It's not 2015, 16, 17. I'm not a billion-dollar unicorn because I have an idea to do something. So when my investment committee and I are vetting investment opportunities, really the first thing I look at, is it compliant? You know, if it's a cannabis company, that's really important. From a hemp standpoint, all of their licenses and production abilities. If it's not compliant, I'm not interested because it's a risk and a liability. Any investment, why put additional risk and investment if it's not going to be compliant and be able to scale. And there are thousands and thousands of companies now. What makes that company unique? Some people look at, like, let me stack my team with these advisory board members and pay me each $5K to, like, look good on my pitch deck. That's not what I care about. Who are the people that are going to be touching and using the capital that we are entrusted by our limited partners and our own capital to actually manage that capital and get returns for our investments? I mean, we are one of the largest ESG kind of investment focused impact investing funds that I know of, but this whole industry is like that. So I really embrace that. But at the end of the day, if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make dollars, and we can't touch it just because it might be a unique market or a unique opportunity. If it's not compliant, if it doesn't meet our thesis, we're not interested. And specifically when a company knows I need $2.7 million to do this, and this is how I'm going to use that, and here's how much my company is worth and what I'm giving to you, I need to know that. Don't come to us like, we need $2 to $6 million. You don't know your business. So companies that understand who they are, what they do, why they do it. That's us.
Thank you. So one more judge I'd like to introduce you to is Seth Freeman. He's the Senior Managing Director of Glass-Ratner Advisory and Capital Group. Seth is co-leader of the Cannabis and Hemp Business Advisory and Restructuring practice there. His team is one of the most experienced CBD and hemp restructuring groups in the US. He is a bankruptcy, insolvency, and restructuring consultant, crisis turnaround manager, and asset manager with over 30 years of consulting experience. He's an expert in Chapter 11 restructuring and alternative restructuring procedures available to cannabis companies. Welcome, Seth. Where are you, Seth? Seth here? I don't think Seth is here, which actually leaves me on time. That was the most stressful piece that I had to do. I wasn't sure I was going to get through all those intros and keep us on time. All right, we're going to jump right into it, team. Our first entrepreneur, I wish you all good luck on this. Have some fun with it. Elaine, and I have already butchered names, and I'm going to butcher more, and I'm so terribly sorry. I didn't get to go through this before. Elaine Richer is the CEO and founder of My Cure-All. She's a highly seasoned pharmacist and healthcare professional has held leadership roles in 3 Fortune 500 companies, including Rite Aid, Walgreens, and CVS. She's been a licensed pharmacist for over 20 years. What's exciting about her bio is her goal is to decrease opioid overdoses, decrease deaths from suicides and overdoses, reunite families suffering from drug addiction, and help patients achieve the most effective pain control. My Cure-All started in 2019. It's pre-revenue, 6 employees, $300,000. Welcome, Elaine.
Hi, thank you so much, Julie, for this warm introduction. And I want to give a shout out to Brad for putting this together. This has been really a remarkable webinar. So thank you very much. Great job. So as Julie mentioned, my name is Elaine Richer, and I am the CEO of My Cure-All. I am joined today by my partner and COO, Jacques Nier. My Cure-All is a healthcare technology company. Our mission is to bring physical, social, and financial relief from the opioid epidemic and accelerate the acceptance of the legal cannabis industry into the mainstream healthcare and insurance system. As experts in the pharmaceutical, social work, and medical cannabis fields, our goal is to properly, consistently, and effectively manage medical cannabis administration by allowing patients, doctors, dispensaries, and insurers to work hand in hand for safer and more effective healthcare.
Medical cannabis is being established in the scientific community as the medication of choice, but the current methods of prescribing cannabis is wildly inaccurate. Patients spend time and money using trial and error methods to discover what cannabis strains work best to manage their symptoms. Medical professionals do not know the correct strain and dosage recommended based on patients' qualifying conditions. Medication-assisted treatment, supplementary medication treatment, and harm reduction specialists are unable to recommend optimal dosing and strains. One of the primary reasons we got involved, and only one of many conditions, the opiate epidemic, which during COVID-19 has spiked greatly on overdoses and hospitalizations. 400,000 people died from opiate overdoses from 1999 to 2017. Annual deaths from opiate overdoses are projected to reach nearly 82,000 by 2025. According to the National Institute of Health, NIH, substance abuse costs the country over $600 billion per year.
So we quickly realized that we should focus on a platform for all medical cannabis and CBD. The MyCureAll app enables patients, physicians, dispensers, and insurance companies to work hand in hand to achieve a natural solution to a plethora of medical conditions. Through our patent-pending technologies, Cannameter and Cannameasure, doctors are able to identify and recommend specific strains and CBD products and cannabinoids for qualifying conditions and presenting symptoms. Dispensers are able to manage inventory of various cannabis strains while providing effective care based on cannabis needs, on patients' needs, which is something that we're currently testing in several dispensaries. Insurance companies will save money by reimbursing for medical cannabis versus paying for opioids and associated costs via treatment plans that are empowered to reduce symptoms and increase functioning in society. Patients will be receiving the correct strain and strengths for their medical conditions, allowing for safer and more effective treatment, and allowing patients to actually actively participate in their own wellness through targeted and consistent treatment plans. Our app will regularly check in with patients to track, analyze, and guide treatment.
Elaine, talking about patent pending technology, let's show a quick video of how it operates.
Elaine, I think you need to share your screen.
It's not showing?
No.
We're running into the same webinar issue. Okay.
So with the Cannameter, which is actually the client enters into the program, there's a baseline for that in which a client ingests their medicinal cannabis. It is registered based on three conditions related towards their qualifying condition. That baseline also takes into their cannabinoid profile. So CBD and THC are being registered right now. In the future, in the back end, we have all the terpenes and cannabinoid properties there. After they ingest their medicinal cannabis, we take another examination of how those particular symptoms were affected by that cannabis. And we make a measure. Anything greater than 50% is registered as a positive effect for that client and is recorded. It also has an objective version of that. Now, going to the Cannameter, which is more the recommender. Both the dispensaries and the doctors are able to use the profile that a client feels a positive result with THC, CBD, or strain, and is allowed to find other recommendations based on that particular qualifying condition. Elaine?
Okay, so U.S. legal cannabis.
1 minute, Elaine.
Oh, wow. U.S. legal cannabis sales are set to more than quintuple to $41 billion by 2025. The global CBD market was valued at $3 billion in 2018 and is expected to reach $22 billion by 2026. So our company received state clearance from Department of Health and Department of Insurance to operate in 4 states currently: New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Florida. In just 4 states, we're looking at the market size of 23 million people. Currently, 33 states, Washington, D.C., and several territories offer medical cannabis as a legal treatment option. Our revenue is based on subscription model and targeted medical marketing. Our calculations for the 5-year projections provided that only 33 states remain medical cannabis legal and that we capture only 10% of the market. However, based on the political and medical and economic projections, cannabis will be medically legal in every state in the nation within the next few years. So projected revenue from our CBD arm of the business is expected to reach EBITDA close to $12 million by 2022. We do have competition in place, Leafly, Relief, Strain Print. You can take a look as far as the expense and the features that we are offering. So our competitive advantage lays in the standardized set of protocols, in the streamlining of the recommendation process, in the creation of the insurance claim, and the self and recommender assessments tools, which will help both physician and the patient assess their situation. Use of funds, we are currently trying to raise $2 million for capital raise. 750 will be going to marketing and sales, 500 to software development, and 750,000 will be going towards operations.
Our exit strategy incorporates acquisition, financial buyers, investors, and IPO. You can see a list of those features right there. As we're running out of time, I want to make sure we get through this. And I do want to give a shout out and recommend our management team, which we are proud to have a diverse and multidisciplinary team that is well versed in the cannabis industry and great entrepreneurship.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna jump in right now. We've got time for one quick question. Do any of our judges want to jump in on here?
I'm happy to jump in.
Okay.
Question on the use of proceeds or sales and marketing. I was just wondering if you could give it a little bit more detail. When I look at your deck and your solution page with patients, physicians, insurance companies, dispensaries, who would you be marketing first? You know, how ultimately do you get this to catch on along all of these different types of companies and patients?
So as far as advertising and marketing, we want to trigger with the doctors and we want to trigger with the prescribers. We want to make sure the clients know the service is out there, as well as the insurance companies. We want to make sure that we're also getting to the dispensaries and that we're making sure that they see there's an alternative system that can help them with their inventory, that can help them understand the client's health, as well as being able to triage qualifying conditions and reducing the client's symptoms.
And the marketing will be, a lot of the marketing will be centered on the dispensary because the dispensary is kind of the hardest sell for us at this point. We have several hundred patients enrolled in the app, as well as physicians. We're working only with 3 dispensaries right now. So that's what we need to get more. And again, we're testing, but that's what we're planning on expanding the most, is going to the dispensaries.
Okay. Thank you both very much. That went by very quickly. I'm sure we all have a lot more questions for you. But I'm determined to keep us on a schedule today. We'll see how well that goes.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Judges, if you could quickly write down your notes. I'm going to introduce our next entrepreneur. It's Zach Sekar, which I'm sure I'm also not pronouncing right. He's the co-founder and CEO of Polar Extracts. It's a B2B cannabinoid manufacturing technology startup based in LA. Zach is an experienced community builder and also founded Startup Coil, as well as several conference series, including LA Joint Ventures, LA Tech Happy Hour, and more. Welcome, Zach.
Thanks, Julie. Yeah. And also, thanks for Brad for putting this on again. This has been wonderful. There's been some really amazing speakers. I'm somewhat of a newbie to the hemp and cannabis world, and I've felt particularly welcome amongst hemp people and industry people. So yeah, just I hope we get to stay connected to all the people who've spoken and who are about to present, because I know we've got some really cool companies coming up. I'm going to keep this brief because I like the Q&A part better, and we've got such a great investor panel that seems silly to listen to me talk. But briefly, I'd just like to speak about what I think is the most interesting thing in the, I guess, hemp sub-segment, which is the phytocannabinoids. Most people are particularly familiar with CBD. That's, you know, the big guy. And really, it's because it's the most studied and the most accessible of the non-THC cannabinoids. And as Elaine just mentioned, there are projections from BDS, for example, of over $20 billion in market share and market value in the coming years. So that's not a secret. Everyone's heard that CBD is booming, and farmers heard that too. So they ramped up hemp production, largely because of the promise of CBD gold rush, which sounds great, except for the fact that, particularly as Bob Hogan was explaining, the infrastructure hasn't actually matured yet in an industry that essentially only began to exist in the beginning of 2019. So what's happening is, yeah, they've ramped up hemp production. 1,000-acre plus farms are popping up, but they don't have enough demand yet or enough processing ability yet. There is a lot of interesting stuff, as a lot of our speakers have talked about, in plastics and hempcrete and using the fiber for fabrics. And those are very interesting things as well. Most of the recent explosion in growth has been the high CBD hemp crop. And unfortunately, as you can see from these news articles, a lot of it's just rotting in fields. And that's because of the big processing bottleneck. No matter how much hemp you grow, it's not going to end up in a bottle of CBD oil. There's something in between. You've got to be able to extract it. So the problem is clearly the bottleneck that's in processing. And at least the way that we see it, the solution is clearly industrial scale concentrate manufacturing. Briefly, so that everyone's on the same page as far as terminology, processing and extraction is what happens between growing and harvesting the green plant on a hemp farm and then manufacturing that into a CBD product for the consumer. Essentially what you're doing is taking out a number of molecules that you want and leaving everything else behind. And when people say extraction, they're usually talking about the very first stage of the whole processing timeline, which is when you go from an actual plant biomass into some sort of concentrate. And a lot of times, especially, again, as some of our speakers were mentioning today, things are kind of trending towards that whole plant extract, to where some of these additional isolation techniques are not even desired by many end products because they want the more full plant, broad spectrum. But again, no matter what end product you're doing, you got to start with extraction. You've got to take out the molecules you want out of that big green plant. So this is us. I'm Zach. As I mentioned, I have a specialty in community building and building sales teams. And my co-founder, Sean, is a PhD rocket scientist who has a lot of experience in prototyping, thermal engineering, and he has specific expertise in the cryogenic ethanol extraction process, not only in the cannabinoid space, but also in botanicals and in alcohol production. So again, we believe the solution, it's industrial scale concentrate manufacturing, and how we're going about it is the cryogenic ethanol extraction process, because not only is it quality, efficient, safe, but compared to the few other ways that might hit those categories, it's also scalable. This is, again, as some of our speakers mentioned today, bringing technology from existing industries, whether that's energy, food, pharmaceuticals, or cosmetics, and plugging those in and adapting them for phytocannabinoid extraction. One way that we're tackling this to better partner with our farms, but also to scale up without having to go from zero to a giant factory overnight, is using a modular and decentralized approach for that first stage of extraction. We can build extraction laboratories that are largely plug and play inside of shipping containers or even RV style trailers. These allows us to avoid choosing ahead of time a very large and expensive plot of real estate, gives us some flexibility on which growing partners we want to work with. And it also lets us, not only in the hemp CBD side of things, but on the more cannabis marijuana side of things, as states open up their regulations, we can have laboratories already built on wheels that can be trucked right in and be the first people in whichever state wants to come on next. Because it is a large market, obviously there's a financial reason for us wanting to take on this challenge. As you can see, estimates of if we've got about 1,000 kilograms of normal concentration CBD hemp, we can expect margins between 100 and 250,000 from that. That depends on market conditions, but also the end product. If it's a full spectrum concentrate versus a 99% tea-free isolate. And our revenue models include both purchasing biomass, processing it, and wholesaling it to manufacturers, but also contract processing, in which case we never actually take possession of any of the hemp or the concentrate, but simply do the work and get the cash even more efficiently. Based on simply scaling up using these modular units, our projections show us eclipsing $40 million by year 3. And that's really what we're doing. Even though we're very much a technology company, we're funding it through the fact that the high margins in CBD allow us to quickly reach profitability, so that hopefully this first fundraise is the only time we have to take dilutive capital. Right now we're raising up to $1.4 million as a full equity raise. By that I mean, I know some people are doing things with like a capped ROI. That is not the case in our seed round here. We would love for our angel and VC seed investors to participate with us in what we anticipate being at least a 50x return. And the reason we need the money is largely to fabricate the equipment itself. Even though we've scaled down to those modular units, building a factory is still somewhat capital intensive. And yeah, that's all I really wanted to say on screen, at least. But I'd love to hear some questions.
Thank you. Yeah, we have just under 3 minutes for that. Who on our panel has looked at this part of the supply chain that has a question? Seth, welcome, Seth. We missed you on the introductions.
Hi, Seth.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, sorry, I got in a little, got online a little late. I was listening. We've been involved with several processor failures recently, and note that others, for example, Elemental in Kentucky, Gencana that we worked on, and other processors, specialty oil extractors in South Carolina are having a tough time. And one of the problems is that the farmers of the hemp don't have money to pay processors. So I'm kind of wondering, in terms of your overall capitalization, how far you're going to get with $1.5 million.
Sure.
And
Well,
one more.
we actually purchase biomass. That's one of the options. So
What's
the
that?
farmers, we can purchase hemp biomass from farmers, so we could pay them rather than them paying us.
Okay. And then
That's part of the fundraise.
the other piece of it is, if you're going to buy the hemp and produce the products, to what extent are you going to develop a marketing department to actually sell the end product after you've produced it?
Somewhat. Currently we're allocating more resources into sales than marketing, because we'd rather go after manufacturers that can buy pretty large bulk orders, rather than, we're not trying to actually create consumer products ourselves. We don't want to compete with our customers. So it's definitely skewed more towards professional sales team than it is general marketing. We're fine if no one ever hears of our brand. The analogy I like to use is we're kind of like whoever the heck it is out there processing corn into corn syrup and selling it at Coca-Cola. I don't know his name, but he's probably a billionaire.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Zach. Judges, go
I have
ahead.
a question for Zach.
Oh, sorry.
Sure.
Go ahead, Jay.
I like the idea of those mobile units. I think that allows you to achieve scalability quicker because you're bringing it to them.
Right.
I'm just curious about the cost of one of those units. It seems like it would be rather, you're not going to have a fleet of them at the get-go, right? So have you scoped out the cost to build a mobile unit?
Yes, we're estimating roughly $400,000, and we hope that'll go down once we, kind of get better at it and do them at scale. But yeah, the idea is to be able to start with just one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The other thing is being able to manufacture them in a kind of central location in one of those shipping containers allows us to keep that kind of machine shop manufacturing place separate from any more, chemistry laboratory type processing facility where they don't really mix that well.
Good stuff. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks a lot, Zach.
Thank you.
Judges, scribble away because we're moving on. Next up, we have Shane Duhl. He's the president and CEO of the U.S. Weed Channel. So Shane's building America's next large niche broadcasting network and media company, and he's launched the U.S. Weed Channel, which is the first public access cannabis TV network. Initially, it launched with just 20 hours of content and now has over 150,000 Roku app installations and recently launched its Apple TV and Apple Web Porter. It's really exciting. Shane, welcome. I don't see you anywhere. Where are you? There he is. Shane, you got to put your microphone on. You're on mute. He's got a green screen. I don't know if you guys see that yet, so I'm very excited to see what's going to happen.
Very much. Can everybody hear me now? And hopefully my voice isn't duplicated because I'm also mic'd up here as well as holding the red mic.
Yeah, you do have some interference.
Okay. How about now?
Same.
Really?
You've got a squeak going on. I don't know how you, there you go.
Okay.
Close
I'm
enough.
gonna just go then.
Let's do it.
So, yeah. So first of all, thank you very much, everybody, for watching. I was going to put something neat on here, but I thought it'd be kind of cooler that you guys could actually see that we have a studio. I couldn't get much of the studio in here, but from here, you know, we're going to be producing news shows. On the other side over there, there's cooking shows that's going to be happening. There's a sound booth over there that you can't see, and there's a whole slew of lights that, of course, we can't turn the camera to right now. So let me start off by saying thank you, everybody, for coming and listening and participating. Can you hear the construction? Outside, they're doing construction, so this is a perfect time, by the way, for us to go on and deal with some issues. But so thank you very much to everybody on. I wanted to present US Wheat Channel to you guys because everything that you're doing, every single thing that you guys have presented, every company you're investing in, except maybe Zach's, who doesn't want to be known, belongs on US Wheat Channel. We are the solution to what the advertising problem is in the cannabis industry. So let's not use the mic and let's address this because I'm kind of a stand up and move around kind of guy. So what have we done? I'm going to go ahead and walk over here and I'm going to put up my pitch real quick so that we can get to it. I'm going to run through it and then you guys can ask questions, all right? So let's do this. Allow me to share this screen. Boom. And that one right there. Okay, hopefully this will get bigger. There we go. Can everyone see what I'm seeing? Julie?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so what we are is a cannabis lifestyle TV network. You know, there have been other competitors out there, and what you'll notice in most of them is that they're trying to sort of push, well, a lifestyle onto the broader spectrum of cannabis lifestyle. You know, look at all the people in our panel here today. I don't see, you know, a lot of people wearing red, gold, and green. I don't see a lot of people with a ton of tattoos and all the stereotypical things that people, you know, say and advertise in cannabis. So let's go through and kind of figure out what we're doing next. So with US Wheat Channel, what we're doing is we just built a small viewer base. We're about to take on our first advertisers, and in a short time, we'll be holding holdings of all sorts of different companies inside the cannabis sector. Now, let's go and see what's next. Okay. There we go. Okay, so we've got a problem. Right now in advertising in cannabis and hemp and CBD, right now the content's a little scattered. You see a lot of people putting stuff out on YouTube. You've got a lot of people doing their Zoom meeting. You've got this, that, and the other. But there's no consolidated place where everybody can be seen. So what ends up happening is somebody makes this great piece of production, whatever it is, and then all of a sudden it goes away. And it doesn't get any more attention because there's no new programs around it to bring attention to it. So now, social media, obviously everybody who's dealt with that, you've seen the shutdowns on YouTube, Facebook, you name it. That's, you know, we've done the negotiations here at US Wheat Channel. We have a branded Roku app. We have a branded Apple app. We're on the web at USWC TV. We have executed and we are on. Now, current advertising restrictions, that goes right into what's happening right now. Literally, you just can't have a cannabis business and go out and advertise on the Super Bowl, no matter how much money you have. Nice try, Mr. Hoban. Now, the next thing is, a lot of our content out there is just horrible. You got two dudes in a bong, you got scantily clad women. You know, this is wrong, people. This is not where we all want to go. So now let's keep going, try to save some time. Now, what's our solution? Well, US Weed Channel, a trusted source. We won't go away once you build your following with us and you put yourself, your name on a show. How do you differentiate yourself? You put your name on a show. You say, this show is brought to you by. And now that's how we work. And now what market are we going for? Right there, 42.9 million. That is a number that is on the US Census from 2012. That's how many people in America said that they smoke cannabis on a regular basis. Now, why is that number important? Because it's 14.9% or 14.2% of the American population. So what are we building at US Weed Channel? We're building the next niche TV network. What does that mean? Well, we've got 12% of America is Black, 17% of America is Latin. They both have niche TV networks that are worth over $10 billion with a B. We're at the 14%. We're right in the middle. We are building that niche TV network. Market size, we just talked about it, the 42.9 million. That's just in America, and I'm pretty sure people around the globe smoke pot and use weed and want to use CBD and or hemp products. By the way, US Weed Channel is already viewed in 141 countries. Oh, time, sorry, trying to hurry. Don't give me a soapbox. We have a few competitors. Most of those are already gone. Product development, we're already running. We're up and running. Check us out. We're streaming right now at uswc.tv. Check out your own show. Sales and distribution, it just started. We just brought on our first ever business development people. We're not simply a place to go and show your video. We have partners. We take your video and go everywhere. We can take any one video and almost make sure that you get 1 million impressions. How does that compare to anything that you're doing in cannabis advertising right now? Trade show, magazine, billboard, I'll blow it away. We already have 151,000 installs on our beta test. We've done that with no influencers, no marketing money, and very little new content. That's how radical we are, because we choose the right content. Now, this is proof in choosing the right content. Right here, we've got the age brackets. Look at that, even Steven all the way around. Gender, show me another cannabis advertising outlet that is literally 50-50. You can't. Let's keep going here. Intellectual property. There's been a few articles written about US Weed Channel. We're literally probably the only openly cannabis entity that has intellectual property.
Hey, Shane, I'm gonna cut you off right there because I guarantee you that the judges have some questions for you.
Yep, okay, we've got a big team and we've got production partners. Go for it.
Julie, I have one.
Yeah.
So Shane, I know you have competitors. So let me ask you this question. What are the top 2 or 3 objective reasons that make you different than your competitors? Not subjective, but objectively, what are the top 2 or 3 reasons that make you different than your competitors?
Well, you sort of broke up there, but I think what you're wanting is what sort of differentiates us, right?
Objectively, yeah. The 2 or 3 objective reasons.
Mostly is that it's our programming. So while other people have been willing to put up programming that is risky, or maybe what I call puts us 2 steps back, we prefer to have programming that invites everybody. Literally, if your grandma walked in the room when you were watching US Weed Channel, you could invite her to watch with you.
It's a great answer. Do we have a real quick question from someone else? We've got a minute left.
Okay, well, then with my minute, I'm going to address what you guys wanted to hear earlier. Watch this. Okay, first of all, thank you, Brad Turner. Thank you, Jim, Anna, and Riley for the whole talk about influencers. Because people, when you get an influencer, where do they go? In your TV show on US Weed Channel. That's where they go. Okay, next thing. Everybody, love you for being here. Somebody talked about these things right here. Is US Weed Channel timely? Yes. Is it innovative? Yes. Programming, options, everything. Is it in use? Check us out right now. We're streaming this show. So it's executed, and the product market share. Well, at 42.9 million American alone, if we got 10,000 subscriptions a month, it would last for the next 100 years. So the market size is almost indefinite.
Thank you, Shane. I've got to cut you off now, just to be fair. That was fantastic.
Of course.
But
anybody has any questions, just get in touch with me. Trust me, they're all good answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's exciting to know that we're all on your channel going live. So very cool.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, judges, if you can go ahead and take your notes. And we're going to move on. Our next entrepreneur, I have no background on him, Matthew Stockard, founder and chief executive of Chef Matt. And let's just see what he has to say. Welcome, Matt.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
All right.
Good stuff. Welcome.
Most definitely. Some of you may know me, some of you may not. I go by Chef Matt. Catered a lot of the top cannabis events in the industry over the last few years. I own a manufacturing company. We manufacture food products on the cannabis side. We manufacture everything food-based, basically, from, gummies to coffee creamer, bread, anything you can think of. We're trying to be the go-to company for food products and the CBD and cannabis space. And I don't know where that noise is coming from, but yeah. Any questions? Any questions?
I'm gonna actually start us off. Can you tell me like a little more specifically, your catering, tell me what the business model, you're catering, you've got products, how many people do you have? Are you revenue positive, that kind of
Yes.
stuff?
Yeah, we're revenue positive. We white label for about 4 companies right now. Have a couple more purchase orders that we're dealing with right now. And the goal is to focus on manufacturing. The catering and stuff is not, a big deal, but that's how we got started and, built a brand by catering, by using our own products. And now it's all about the products and building, a product company.
And is it just California or are you nationwide?
We're statewide. We're shipping, lots of states, licensed in Oklahoma for cannabis and doing a licensing deal here in California and looking to do licensing deals in other states versus going and acquiring the license there, save a lot of money by doing licensing deals, taking the same recipe and format and system and just applying it in other states.
And are you looking for funding?
Yes, we are.
You want to tell me a little more about?
Yeah, we're looking to raise about $1 million bucks. We're looking for 600 to go more towards cannabis and 400 to go towards the CBD side of things.
Okay, judges, who wants to jump in?
How many people on staff at the company, Matt? You mentioned you had operations outside of California. So across the U.S., how big is the team?
Well, we have 12 here in California, and in Oklahoma, the staff there, it just depends on, what the company, we did a licensing deal with a company in Oklahoma, and I'm not quite sure how many employees that they have there on a day-to-day, but I would imagine anywhere about 10.
Matt, Nick here. Thanks for at least presenting here. I like companies that kind of start from one thing and go to another, especially like the consumer package side. California, Oklahoma, very different markets when it comes to 9,000 cultivators. Like Oklahoma's kind of a mess when it comes to a regulatory medical program, but which is good for your company because you can pretty much make Reach Pops or anything. But help me understand, if you're doing the catering and you don't have these licenses, you're physically possessing the cannabis or infusing certain goods. Is it just for private event catering or to actually be sold as a packaged good in a dispensary?
Again, we're not talking about catering at all. Catering was how we got started in the industry, but we're not really catering anymore. Now we're a product company. We manufacture olive oil, honey, peanut butter and jelly, ketchup, mustard, stuff like that now. So we've moved on from catering. So catering is not even a thing anymore for us.
Then you're infusing, I kind of like this, I've never heard of infused mustard, but so cannabis infused products like culinary additions that would then be sold in dispensaries or?
Correct.
So then from a licensing standpoint, did you by chance make a Delaware C corporation that owns the intellectual property to structure those licensing deals? Those are awesome. Where there's brand licensing, they have a licensing contract, licensing agreement, reoccurring revenues. But you want to make sure if you don't have the license, you don't touch the product with your company.
Correct.
So how do you do the licensing? What's your plans there?
So we kind of do an intellectual property, where I own the recipe, and I go in there and share the recipe with them and show them how I want it done, and I own the recipe, and I usually do a non-compete, for 5 years that they aren't able to make, anything close to what we doing for the next 5.
Super. Thank you.
Hey, Matt, you're clearly the visionary. Can you talk a little bit about your team? Who's taking care of all the accounting and financials? Who's doing operations? Who's taking care of all that legal licensing things that Nick was just talking about?
No, but definitely I have a team of lawyers, the company that I hire that takes care of the legal stuff. I kind of handle a lot of operations, in day to day because we haven't scaled that far yet, but with funding, That's going to help us be able to scale where I can, bring in more quality and more qualified people to help out with certain areas of the business that I'm not necessarily familiar with. But, manufacturing, would like to bring in somebody that kind of specializes in manufacturing on a large scale and somebody who's more familiar with, licensing deals. But as far as like creating recipes and products, I mean, I could do that all day long.
Pretty sure you're about to be slammed with a bunch of emails after this presentation. So any other questions from our judges?
I've got a quick one. Thank you. Chef Matt, I want to understand, other than your sales channel, other than your website, which I've been on, which looks really great. And by the way, I'd love to try some of that habanero honey. That looks really good. The cinnamon honey looks really good. But I want to understand the sales channel. Is it just through your website? How else are the products being sold? And to follow up on that and some of the other questions that have been posed, how are the products formulated? Is it something that you'd find appetizing and then decide to go ahead and bring to market? Can you describe that process a bit?
Yeah, we figure out a product and then we have to make sense, like, is it going to sell to the masses? Just because I think it's a good idea doesn't necessarily mean it's going to sell. And then I have to figure out the dosing side of it. Is it, I get with a formulator and say, hey, I want to infuse the honey. Is it going to be water soluble? Is it going to be distillate? Is it going to be isolated? You know what I mean? So there's a process for every recipe that's created. We have to figure out how we're going to do it and which method is going to work the best for it. And then as far as marketing, we just signed on to a 22 distribution for 22 stores. We're doing direct to consumer. We're doing affiliate marketing. We're doing celebrity influencing. I've spoke at almost a shitload of expos. I'm at every expo. I mean, I've just kind of been everywhere for the last few years.
Well, the chat channel is blowing up from people who've been to your events and say the food was amazing.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Right. We've got time for another question.
I just have a quick one. Chef Matt, first off, kudos on everything you've done so far. That's great. Let me ask you this: what's like the 3 or 5 year goal? Because you could have a lot of different branches. Like, do you have a certain goal for 3 years or 5 years for your company or your brand, or where you see yourself going?
I do. The goal in 3 to 5 years is be the go-to brand, the Betty Crocker, the go-to brand for cannabis or CBD. The brand that everybody trusts. Like right now in the cannabis space, there's 1,000 cannabis chefs, but 9 times out of 10, the average cannabis chef is making those oils themselves. Well, the Chef Matt brand is trying to, build a brand that other chefs can use. The brand is trusted, and that way we take the dosing and everything off of your hands, and you can just focus on cooking. And that goes for, the other chefs and people at home. We take care of the dosing for you, if that makes sense.
Thank you for sharing that. Appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellent. Matt, did we miss anything? Or do you think we covered it all?
I think we covered it all for the most part. All you can get on 5 minutes, if you know what
right?
I mean.
No, I do know. I've had to do it too. It's tough. It's tough. You did a great job. And we're right on schedule still, everyone. So thank you very much, Chef Matt.
Thank you, guys.
Didn't think I'd be able to keep this schedule, so I thought I would have blown it by now already. So guys, go ahead and take your notes down. And I'll introduce our next presenter is Coleman Beal. He's the CEO of Bastcor, and is one of the co-founders and original seed investors of Bastcor. Coleman has over 15 years of professional experience working in the finance industry. He's worked across multiple disciplines, including corporate and commercial banking, investment banking, fixed income, and banking and payments. Prior to Bastcor, he was the CFO of a high-growth VC company. He also founded a privately held eyewear company. The company was founded in 2014. It's pre-revenue, 3 employees, and has already raised $2.5 million. Welcome, Coleman.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Can everybody hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Great. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I'm excited to have this opportunity. My name is Coleman Beal, and I'm currently the CEO of Basscore. We are an industrial hemp processing company. The company was founded in 2014, and from the beginning, since inception, as is today, our focus has been on the stalks of the hemp plants, whereby we focus on producing fiber and wood. Myself, along with my longtime friend and business partner, McMillan Arrington, provided all the seed capital back in 2014 after the 14 Farm Bill was passed to launch Basscore. So the key market problem right now with industrial hemp as it relates to getting into industry is a lack of processing. It is the choke point and the number one issue, and it's the problem that Basscore right now is currently solving. So there's a lot of exponential growth potential here. If you think about all the farmland here in the United States, and were to just take 1% of the current farmland, it equates to a massive need for processing. And with industrial hemp acreage growing year over year, that need is only going to continue. So Basscore is unique in the sense that we source all of our supply domestically. We process everything domestically, and all of our customer base is located domestically as well. So we feel like we are very well positioned to thrive in this COVID-19 world that we're all living in right now. So the hemp plant has a lot of advantages to it, and a lot of products can be made from hemp. And so at Basscore, what we really do is we produce the key inputs, being fiber and wood, that are going to go into all of these products. And currently we have proven products and we have proven markets. And so our solution has been designed and custom built in-house. It is a full processing system. We have 2 patents pending. And one of the things that really separates us is that we are able to produce a very high quality product at a cost competitive price. So we're excited to announce that we've really begun our commercial operations at our new facility located in the central part of the state of Alabama. It's located in Montgomery, Alabama, and the building has some unique history behind it, and it originally powered the first citywide electrified trolley system in the United States. So we're really using the energy that was created in that building to really be the leader in this new industry. So at Basscore, we have a very robust pipeline of customers, and this ranges all the way from small artisan customers to large multi-billion-dollar corporations. And this is really a result of our research and development that we've done over the last 5.5 years. We also have a research and development arm, and the focus of that arm is to use our materials, primarily our wood, to solve an even larger problem, and that is to create a product to replace plastics, which is obviously a massive issue right now, and one that we're excited to be able to help solve. So this is a snapshot of our pro forma financials, and this just assumes one system. We have plans to add multiple systems as well as increase the capacity of our current system with this capital raise. So we've raised approximately $2.5 million to date. We're currently seeking $3 million, and we have an oversubscription option available up to $5 million depending on market demand. So this is our current team. I feel very fortunate that I've got a team of just great people that have a very robust background with different industry experiences, and that certainly helped contribute to our success over the years. So in conclusion, at Basscore, we have a first mover advantage in the marketplace. We have a blue ocean opportunity. We really don't see anybody standing next to us right now. We also feel that it's important for us to be able to have a positive economic impact on the community that we serve. So we have the supply chain in place, we have the process, we have the pipeline of customers, and so now we hope that you will join us on this journey to make Basscore a success. So with that, I thank you for your time and ready to answer any questions.
That's fantastic. That's how you get it done in 5 minutes. Really impressed with that.
Very good.
Does someone want to go first here? Just let me know.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Hey, Coleman, that was great, man. Really enjoyed the presentation there. It's interesting. Nice to see Morgan Paxi on your board, a very smart man, as Michael knows. And that goes a long way for a lot of people on this video. I mean, he's somebody who knows these businesses as well as anybody. My question for you on the competition side, given the fact that you can only go so far with it right now, right? I mean, there's a lot that has to happen from a demand standpoint before you can even get to that supply. You're addressing one local area, which is probably a really smart thing to do, I think. Talk about competition though, and is that healthy? And when do you think you would see competition? And give us some timelines as the next 12 months may unfold in your business in the hemp world.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're just not seeing a lot of competition come online. I mean, our business is capital intensive. It is hard work. We've learned that, and so it's not easy. And so the materials and actual products being produced right now, I was just on a phone call 30 minutes before I hopped on this call with a large customer, and they reiterated the same thing. They said we're not seeing any material produced from, at least in the U.S., anybody else other than Bascor right now.
Appreciate that. Well, look forward to seeing your growth, man. It's really, really a good presentation. Be curious to hear Michael's questions if he has any too.
Mike, yeah.
happy
Michael,
to-
you go next, and John, go ahead.
Sure. So I will disclose that Poseidon is investors in Bascor, as you saw my colleague Morgan Paxi on the presentation there. But Coleman, I was wondering if you could just talk to, when you talk about the pipeline, maybe if you could talk to what you're hearing from some of these companies in terms of finding different solutions. You talk about the apparel companies, industrial conglomerates. Maybe generally speaking, what are you hearing from a lot of these large companies who are trying to solve for their processing?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And, I would say that if you look back 12 to 18 months even, I think that people were interested in hemp, although at least from a large corporate level, the question has always been, this thing is so new and so nascent that, as hemp, it's going to take some time, right? And over the last, I would say 12 months and even the last 6 months, the conversations have changed dramatically. The end consumer is inquiring about industrial hemp. And so hence, there is a lot more focus on bringing supply and bringing product to market. And I'm hearing it from brands time and time again. I mean, these are all the way from small companies to multi-billion-dollar corporations. I mean, it is a conversation that is becoming more and more frequent, and from what I'm seeing.
Thank you. And Seth, you had a question? Microphone. You're muted.
For me.
Go ahead, Seth. Okay, here I am. Sorry. Yeah, good presentation. What is the nature of your contracts? Are they, do you expect them to be long-term or sort of, single purchase orders? Are you going to see streams of income from the same customers in terms of the predictability of your revenue?
Sure. I think right now we're in a pretty fortunate position in that we have optionality with the way we want to structure our revenue streams. Meaning, if we wanted to enter into a contract with one company, they could certainly probably take all of our supply, at least for the foreseeable future. But at the same time, I think we can structure shorter term kind of just purchase orders as we go as well. So we're in that evaluation process now, and we'll hopefully have more to announce in the not too distant future.
Thank you.
Can I ask quickly about, are there any limits to what types of hemp that Bascor can process?
Yeah, that's a good question. Absolutely. I mean, everything that we process is our fiber specific varieties. So that's where we found to be the most efficient, and in terms not only efficiency but in terms of quality as well.
And how does that translate into your supply in order for processing? And talking about one of the bigger pain points of the hemp industry being the fact that there aren't enough processors, can you just talk a little bit about the fact that the challenge is also in the type of strains? And I think I read in the deck that you're going to be working with farmers specifically. Are you going to be providing seeds, or how's that going to work?
We have provided, well, I should say we have helped source seeds in the past for farmers. It's certainly, it's not something that we require necessarily, although we do require knowing, having visibility and traceability into the ultimate source of that. But at the end of the day, we are not farmers, we are processors, although we have worked with farmers over the last several years with specific fiber crops, and we've learned a lot from that. And so being the fact that this is still early and there aren't a lot of farmers with not only hemp experience, but fiber specific experience, it puts us in a position where we need to work with them and educate them from what we know and what we've seen in terms of best practices.
Excellent. Coleman, thank you very much. Feels like you guys have a lot more to talk about. I should mention that after all the closing announcements, there is a networking room if you all want to virtually converge there afterwards. And I know we've got someone can post it into the chat window. So excellent. So we're almost halfway through here. I'm going to introduce our next presenter, and this is Alex, who is the co-founder and chief scientific officer of Levadura Biotechnology. Alex, I'm not even going to try for your last name. I know you're going to, it's just better you can introduce yourself to everyone. But Alex received his doctorate in biochemistry from Baylor, focused on muscles and how they become functional. Before Levadura, he was the director of metabolic engineering at Verdesign, where he guided research teams on the production of dicarboxylic acids. Alex now focuses his efforts on making cannabinoids with the goal of producing them as high quality, pure, and consistent as possible. The Levadura started in 2018, pre-revenue company, 4 employees, and $330K already raised. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you, Julie. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And thank you to Brad and the organizers and all the judges. So I'll get started again. My name is Alex Hutagalung. You didn't try it, Julie, but you should have given it a shot. I mean, just for fun. Just anyway. And I am the CSO of Levadura Biotechnology. And today I'm going to tell you about how we will be the go-to provider of cannabinoids and cannabinoid biosynthesis technology for the next generation of cannabis. Let's start with our team: Matt Engler, Jose LaPlaza, myself, and Brian Kahn. Jose and myself bring the technical expertise of yeast, genetic engineering, and industrial biotech, while Matt and Brian lead business development, strategy, and finance. The 4 of us have worked together extensively before and have taken an industrial biotech process from concept to commercialization. So what are we going to do for the cannabis market? The cannabis market will be huge, and the non-flower market segments like concentrates and edibles are exploding, with each segment expected to be worth billions of dollars in the next 2 years. Both of these markets rely on a consistent and high-quality source of purified cannabinoids. Furthermore, pharmaceutical applications of cannabis are expected to be worth over $5 billion in the next 7 years. Unfortunately, there's a problem. Consistency in chemical composition is one of the greatest challenges to plant-based drug development. This leads to the question: how will the market efficiently source pure and consistent cannabinoids for the market? Now, I think we all agree that the cannabis plant is amazing and provides benefits unlike any other plant. However, as a means of cannabinoid production, there's lots of room for improvement. The whole process takes several months, with growing being the rate limiting step. This is a labor and energy intensive process requiring a large footprint, which, if you're outdoors, is subject to the weather and normal agriculture related environmental issues. When it comes to extraction and purification, there are numerous substances that need to be removed: mold, lipids and waxes, pesticides, heavy metals, and aflatoxins, just to start. The end result is an often inconsistent cannabinoid mixture based on the plant and quality of the crop. Levadura solves all these problems. Our expertise lies in our ability to genetically engineer yeast for a fermentation process. Each engineered yeast will produce one cannabinoid in a 1-week fermentation and purification cycle. Production will require a small footprint and will be a sterile and highly controlled process in fermentation tanks. I show you an example of what a tank might look like and its dimensions. All this without the known plant-based contaminants. One of the key components of a technology company is its intellectual property. We have recently filed a US patent to protect the core of our technology, shown below. The key advantage of our approach is how we engineer yeast to convert the input, in our case, vegetable oil, to the output, a cannabinoid, and I'll elaborate on that here. Any kind of vegetable oil is composed of triglycerides. Each triglyceride is composed of glycerol and 3 fatty acids. It's the fatty acid component that is valuable for our technology, which I show you here with the tail portion highlighted in red. Our yeasts, shown here as this Pac-Man guy with an empty belly, consume fatty acids, and our real special sauce is our ability to engineer these yeasts to not consume the red portion, because this is the starting point for cannabinoid biosynthesis. The yeast cells then take the bits of fatty acids they've consumed, combine them with the red portion, and build cannabinoids, like CBGA or THCA that I'm showing you here. In this way, we have developed proof of concept production of CBGA, THCA, and the cannabinoid precursor olivotolic acid. We believe the potential of this technology lies in our ability to control how much of the fatty acid tail we can leave behind to make cannabinoids. For example, the rare cannabinoids of the 4-ol class, THCP or CBDP, which I'm showing you here, have a longer tail shown in green. THC is shown for comparison on the right with a shorter red tail. THCP is found naturally in the plant and has recently been shown to be 33 times more active than THC through binding to the CB1 receptor. Our approach also allows for producing novel cannabinoids. Most plant-based oils are different based on their content of unsaturated fatty acids, like the 2 examples I'm showing you here. Oleic acid in red with 1 unsaturation is a major component of canola oil, while linoleic acid in green with 2 unsaturations is found in sunflower oil. We believe we can engineer our yeast to produce cannabinoids with unusual tails from these fatty acids, which could be great for pharma applications. To provide some context, I'm showing you the structure of agulamic acid, also known as lenabasum, in the drug pipeline of Corbus Pharmaceuticals. Notice its unusual tail. It is at phase 2 or 3 clinical trials for several diseases whereby inflammation is a critical component of their pathology.
Hey, Alex, can I jump in here?
Sure.
And then if I may, I'd love to get some of the judges to ask you some questions.
No problem.
More about the business model and the stage of the company and so forth.
Sure.
John, we haven't heard from you. Do you want to jump in with the question here?
I just unmuted my audio. Actually, I'm very intrigued by this. My question is, your patents, are they on the yeast itself? Have you developed the actual strain?
So the patents, the patent I've just filed, it covers, and this is a general design of a patent in this field, is the organism, right, the process, and the product. So that right, it covers all aspects of the technology from end to end, basically. And again, and what I talked about really was, what I was trying to describe is really the technology, because it leads to not just THC or CBD production, but a range of other chemicals or cannabinoids, which are of interest currently in the marketplace beyond just those major compounds that you're aware of.
Okay.
Now I'm going to say this, and please take this with respect, okay?
Absolutely.
Because if what you have actually works, I don't know if you can hear me right now. My signal has been weak. That's why I've been turning off my camera. But what you actually have is actually extremely interesting, because for those of us who probably know, many of us probably already know this, that the pharmaceutical chains the global change for the pharmaceutical companies has been hugely disrupted by relations with China and India going south. And the need for domestic production is critical. So my question to you is, what one or two components do you think that you could produce that could substitute for some potential pharmaceutical applications or pharmaceutical products? And I know that's a tough question. If you're not prepared to get into it right now, that's okay. But I would take that offline. But it would be interesting to hear what you have to say.
I'm not exactly sure to answer your question. I mean, as far as like pharmaceutical applications are concerned, the only cannabinoids in the marketplace that are approved for pharmaceutical applications are CBD. So it would take some time. The compounds, the sort of newer compounds like THCP, or any of the novel cannabinoids, which obviously I haven't made and haven't gone through any regulatory process. That's obviously going to take years to get into the marketplace. But I think but to answer your question, as far as production is concerned, the ways that we can enter the marketplace with our technology is there are a variety of ways. We don't have to build our own facility. We can take this technology and move it to a number of tolling facilities that exist in the United States and throughout the world in order to get production up and running really quickly once we've developed the yeast strains. And an actual a production facility, if we were to build it ourselves, would be quite small, and it would fit into about a 10,000 square foot warehouse. So, you know, depending on the actual, or depending on the laws within any of the states or countries that you're talking about, you could set up a small facility quite quickly, although the cost wouldn't necessarily be cheap. But it is possible to make sure that you're compliant with whatever the current laws are in that state by building that facility right there.
And without getting into your specific technical secrets, what do you do to ensure that there aren't mutations in the yeast? Because there can be issues with that.
John, sequencing is very cheap nowadays. So literally, if I make a yeast strain, I could throw it and get it sequenced in a few weeks, and know the complete sequence of that organism from head to toe. And that's not a problem at all. That's actually quite easy to do. So
if I was Coca-Cola and I said to you that I need pharmaceutical grade CBD and I need guaranteed production over a set period of time, right? And I want consistency because I'm Coca-Cola and I can't afford to screw around with hundreds of suppliers. Can you help me?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. I would love to help you. And anyone in Levadura would give the same answer. Absolutely.
Perfect.
That's awesome.
I apologize for dominating the conversation. I'll move forward.
That's quite all right. You've like been on reserve because you've been quiet till now, so totally fine. I'm afraid, Alex, we are out of time though. So sure. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So our next presenter, guys, don't forget to jot down your notes. A lot of good companies here. Vince Harkowicz, I hope. I apologize. CEO and co-founder of Grownetics. Vince is a serial entrepreneur and longtime indoor cultivator. He's been growing indoor plants in controlled environments since 2005. Vince's career took him to Shanghai, China, where he spent 6 years, bringing consumer and industrial products from napkin sketch to mass production. And that's when he realized there was a real need for a drastic shift in the way we produce some of our most vital resources and shift towards open and sustainable practices. Grownetics started in 2015. Says here there's only 2 full-time employees, and yet they have almost $1 million in revenue already, and they've raised 1.3 million in capital. Welcome, Vince.
Thanks, Julie. Checking that the screen is coming through okay and that my audio is coming through as well.
All good.
Alrighty. So thanks for that introduction. Yeah, my name's Vince and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Grownetics. And we've built the first open smart farming platform to enable hyper-efficient controlled environment growing. This idea came out of this notion that when we're growing plants around sensors and with the price of sensors falling drastically, we can put more sensors into farms and indoor grows, that we can automatically link all this data to the plants being grown to do some very sophisticated learning on what leads to growing any crop better. So the challenges facing our industry are falling commodity pricing, and then in terms of leafy greens, that's even more exacerbated. Growing anything from pharmaceutical crops to vertical food in a highly efficient, automated fashion is a brand new field, and it is a very exciting one. And through the course of this presentation, I'll share some of the projects that we've done that really prove what's possible with these new technologies. But the challenges are there are very few best practices because it is a new industry. And when you change one element of your cultivation, that changes the entire, every other aspect of how the plant grows. There's also a lack of data-driven cultivation processes, with only about 5% of farms operating based on data-driven cultivation. And that is a very surprisingly low number, but it's because there are few tools for these cultivators. And then lastly, there's a severe lack of skilled labor. Again, because it's such a new industry, growing in controlled environments, there are not great educational programs training people on how to grow plants efficiently at scale at very high quality. So Grownetics empowers these smart farmers to grow with 2 to 3 times less cultivation staff, 30 to 60% higher efficiency, and 10 to 20 times higher precision. Now, these are pretty dramatic numbers, but I'll show you projects where we've achieved these, and we believe that these can be exceeded as cultivations scale up. Now, how we actually go about this is we've developed a number of firsts in indoor cultivation. Real-time 3D microclimate mapping being one of them. Understanding how plants and how the environment changes when being grown under lights and with different HVAC and fan configurations is the real challenge that our customers face. We also integrate with any sensor. With my experience in China, I know that there's always going to be cheaper and better sensors coming onto the market, and it's imperative that cultivators have access to the latest technologies without hardware lock-in. If you have a business model to be staying ahead of the competition continuously, you want to be able to integrate whatever new sensing and controls platforms available. Now, we also include individual plant tracking, individual plant analytics. We facilitate multi-facility management, crop logistics, and SOP management. We also have variety-specific cultivation recipes to help cultivators understand how one particular crop or strain is doing compared to another and what's leading to those yield outcomes. And we use all this together to feed our AI-powered recommendation engine, which is the first of its kind to be able to make control systems actually understand what plant is growing in the control zone and tailor that environmental control to that specific variety at that site for that customer. And that's how we're able to deliver quality and consistency at any scale. Grownetics is also the integration leader when it comes to smart farming technologies. Most cultivators are faced with juggling 5 to 7 different subsystems to grow their plants, and that relegates the cultivation director to essentially become a facility manager, and it wastes their time instead of being able to focus on what's leading to crop growth and doing the research that they were hired originally to do. They end up being relegated to pulling all these levers and adjusting them all in real time. Grownetics takes all these different aspects, integrates them into one operating platform where all the data can be used to easily understand how the environment and how all aspects of control are affecting plant growth, and then to help them to build continuous improvement models in their businesses to stay ahead of the competition and to continue to improve and follow where efficiencies are coming from. The first case study I'd like to share is just a fantastic project that we did in Northern California, where we were able to prove over 90% higher efficiency than traditional first-generation indoor growing under HID lights. And this shows how an open platform allows cultivators to take the latest technologies and hyper-efficient growing, combine them into true next generation efficient smart farms, helping us to go away from growing plants with coal or doing research, doing indoor cultivation, growing plants with coal, and moving towards truly efficient, sustainable alternatives to large scale industrial agriculture, which has its place but needs to be supplemented by hyper efficient urban and vertical farming. The second case study we have showcases just the sheer amount of data that we can collect for our cultivators. Crops for Health is a hemp cultivator heavily focused on genetics development, and by leveraging the GrowNetics platform, they're able to automatically link all the environmental data related to growing, all the nutrient data related to growing these different varieties that they're breeding and producing, and then taking that data, and then when they go to sell these varieties to customers in the future, they'll actually have the ideal grow recipes to also deliver to those customers, promising not only will I give you these genetics, but I'll also give you the ideal conditions to produce these cannabinoids that these genetics produce.
Okay. Hey, Vince, I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut you off there and let the judges jump in and ask some questions.
Sure. Sure.
Jay, I feel like this is up your alley. Do you have a question for Vince?
What's the amount of raise that you're requesting, Vince?
We're currently raising 1.1 in preferred equity.
Okay.
Okay.
And these
one
are
of the
all
Davids, do you have a question?
controls. Hello?
We can.
Do you hear me,
Could you
Julie?
repeat that question, Jay?
Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, you answered the question about the raise, but with all of this modulation and referencing the control environment around the plants, are you doing anything with the soil itself?
Absolutely. So we have very sophisticated soil monitoring, and actually we help cultivators understand which different soil mediums, whether that's cocoa or living soil systems, are leading to the best yields in whatever cultivation system that they're using.
With the objective being that you will determine what mix works best for which strain, and this can apply to plants outside of the world of cannabis as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Vince, just quick question. I saw some of your numbers on future projections in terms of size. What kind of scale are you doing right now? And do you have concerns with scaling in any direction?
So our projects are getting larger and larger because it turns out growing at massive scale is one of our sweet spots. It's really where GrowNetics shines. So the projects we're working on now are over 200,000 square feet going into the million square feet size grows.
Thank you.
Excellent. David Hess, do you have a question by chance? You look pretty engaged on that.
Yes, and full disclosure, we are on the cap table of GrowNetics. We've been big supporters of GrowNetics for quite a long time. And I just want to acknowledge it's to all the presenters. Everyone's doing a really great job. I know 5 minutes is not a long time to get everything you want to get across. And don't forget, there's networking after, as Julie has mentioned. And I think all of our contact info is available on the website as well. And, again, or rather my question would be, Vince, can you quickly just describe the moat that GrowNetics is sort of building around itself, and the barrier to entry for others that are either in the space right now that, some of the unique differences about GrowNetics, some of the value add that you offer, and the barrier to entry for others that are thinking about entering the space?
Yeah, sure. So we're an open platform, which is to say that we see us being able to help all entrants in the controlled environment space rise quickly. We partner with sensor companies, controls companies, lighting companies to take all their data and facilitate their ability to actually give their data context. So that's a unique position that GrowNetics holds right now, and it's been recognized not just in cannabis and hemp production, but also in research institutions and universities, where we're working with some of the top indoor ag schools, Michigan State, USDA, on developing these first of their kind efficiency models. And so our connection and our positioning in the industry, being experienced cultivators and building this very open platform to help researchers and leading cultivators in the cannabis space understand really what is leading to those optimal yields is a position we uniquely hold.
Thank you very much, Vince. I'm afraid we're out of time and we have to move on. Thank you, judges, for your questions.
Thank you.
go ahead and jot down your scores. And I'm next up, I'd like to introduce you to Christine Yee. She's the co-founder and chief brand officer of Potly. It's a premium cannabis and hemp infused ingredients company where she oversees all things brand identity and strategy. She was formerly a strategy manager for Asana Inc.'s premium segment and management consultant at PwC. Potly was started in 2018. They have 340,000 in revenues to date, 3 employees. They've got $250,000 raised with another 450 committed. Congratulations on that, Christine, and welcome.
Thank you. Thanks, Julie. And thanks to everybody who's listening on. I think I'm second to last to present. So I've certainly enjoyed listening to all the other entrepreneurs and getting some good ideas as well. So let me just share my screen and get right into it. And here we go. So hi, everybody. My name is Christine. I'm the co-founder of Potly. And at Potly, we're creating both hemp and cannabis infused ingredients like honey, olive oil, chili oil, apple cider vinegar. We just launched a sriracha earlier this year. And we're all about creating healthy, super integratable edibles products. And for us, nothing is more integratable than ingredients because you can really mimic and alter whichever way you would like to be consuming cannabis and truly integrate it into the day-to-day things that you're already consuming. So for us, we really want to bring the maker out in everybody and really emphasize this intentionality of functional foods. My co-founder and I are both Asian American, and we really grew up with the idea of food as medicine. And so to us, this direct translation of that is Potly and creating infused ingredients for really the everyday life. The two of us met as randomly paired roommates freshman year of college, despite the fact that we're both from the East Bay area. We went to BU together, and my experience since then has been within the consulting and strategy space, working with brands all throughout different stages of their life cycles and helping create growth-based strategies, whether that's initiatives like launching subscription programs or same-day deliveries or new product lines. And Felicity, my co-founder, is a third-generation food manufacturer, so her parents have been in the specialty sauces and spices category for many, many years, and brings in that supply chain background. And since graduating, she's been working in the food tech space, really thinking through how to get consumers to eat food in new and different ways that they're not used to. So we really balance each other out in that way. Our story really starts with our honey, which is our most popular product today and continues to be our most popular product. Felicity's father had started beekeeping on behalf of her mom, who was asthmatic and was consuming hyperlocal honey to help with her symptoms. And we just found that it was the perfect avenue for cannabis. We are constantly thinking about our super conservative Asian immigrant mothers and whether or not we're creating products that even they would like to try. And honey in ancient Ayurvedic medicine is considered yoga vahi, or the most powerful vessel for herbal remedies. So to us, that was really the best form factor to go forward. So we started this as a passion project in 2017. Both of us were working our respective jobs. In 2018, we got our licenses in manufacturing and distribution, which continues to be one of our key differentiators. We're a small brand and we're growing, but we're not co-packing or anything. We produce everything ourselves. We have 2 fully built out manufacturing facilities for both the hemp side of the business and the cannabis side of the business respectively. And so we can really own that channel and own our margins as well. Our hemp CBD line started in 2018 and we have been growing since then. So we started out cannabis first and have been expanding into other avenues. And given that we have both our manufacturing and distribution licenses, this really allows us to expand really quickly and launch products in a fast way. And we're all about sourcing local ingredients from California. We think that consumers have this perception of edibles where if something doesn't taste bad, that means it's good. And we fundamentally think that that's wrong and that people should have a higher standards for the foods that they're putting into their bodies. So the key psychographics of our customers are really that we do a great job of hitting the canna-curious market. They look at our packaging, they look at our form factors, and they think these are things that I know how to use and I'm comfortable using. Nothing is more rewarding to us when we see how people have really had the quality of their lives improved by using our products. But we also resonate with this kind of experienced user because they look at our ingredients as a super accurate way to dose the creations that they're already making. And it's like a fun, entertaining gift kind of like a party trick to pull out. And we're really fundamentally rooted in things like recipes. And this is some of our community. We do really great with user-generated content because we're not just a package that you unwrap and consume. The end result of how everybody's consuming our products is different, and so all of our organic growth has really been fueled by that. We have 4 different ways we make money. Selling to dispensaries, we're in about 50 so far. Hemp CBD retailers as well, all throughout the country. We sell direct to consumer on potlishop.com. And then because we own our own licenses, we actually use them and our facilities as platforms for other emerging brands. And that really gives us platform potential going forward. MedMen, Erewhon, Equinox are some of the brands that we partner with that you may have heard of. We're currently doing about $20,000 to $30,000 in revenue per month, but we're scaling that quickly and we're confident about our growth. We're trying to hit about $100,000 a month by early next year. And we're raising $1 million on our safe note. We have, as Julie mentioned, 2/3 of that already committed or cashed in, so to speak. And we're looking for other partners who really understand the space, really understand this vision of us trying to create the new category of healthy edibles. So with that, I'd love to answer any questions.
Fantastic, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Nick first, see if you have any questions.
Absolutely, Christine, thanks for the presentation. You know, California's a state, I think we've probably done 150 licenses down there for clients and partners and investments. So I really like the space, even though tax rate's a little too high, some things are like a little problematic, and many municipalities haven't opted in. Congrats on the initial successes. It's always hard, like those first revenue, getting the licenses, compliant facilities, Bureau of Cannabis Control for your distribution license, and then you also have the BCC for your distribution. Doing your own distribution's critical. Like if you don't have distribution, best products in the world, what's the point? You know, so as you're scaling this, you know, $20,000, $30,000 a month. Like I remember my first part-time job. Just kidding. It's a good start. In California now, if you're in 50 dispensaries, you've probably gotten taken advantage of on some shelf scale contracts. You've got your wholesale distribution on your CBD side, very smart on the WISE like 2-structure model, so you can get interstate commerce done on that other side. Kind of like my presentation earlier, remember like compliant labels. But how are you going to do more? Like, how are you going to take over California and take over the world? Because a good brand that's using like locally sourced ingredients, like I can maybe use your California-based honey for some Massachusetts adult use infused things. If you like your secret sauce, how to infuse the honey and so forth. But what are your expansion plans when it comes to either brand licensing, new market acquisitions, or sometimes paying that 15% potentially with some of the big distribution players in Cali to get into like 200 stores here by like, let's say the end of the year?
Yeah, definitely. Distribution's a hard game, as you pointed out. We are self-distributing in that we're doing the sales ourselves on the cannabis side, but we do have a logistics distribution partner that we work with here in California on the cannabis side. We're really just getting started. If you look at the dispensaries that we're in, the average lifetime of the account relationship and how long it's matured is really just 5 months. And so for a lot of our dispensaries, Apothecarium being a big San Francisco based chain that we got into late February, right before COVID hit. So really our main growth vehicle for this year on the cannabis side is increasing those account values. And that's something that we haven't been able to do. So we definitely want to increase account values. We think that our brand really is probably a good fit for 150 dispensaries in California. Realistically, not that many more past that. I know like ideally we'd be in 500, but it's just not the case for us, but that's fine. We know it. We have started thinking a little bit about state-by-state expansion from a licensing perspective. And so we have spoken to a few operating partners within the Illinois market, and we are starting to explore that, but really trying to take it slow until we've expanded into California as much as we possibly can. On
a quick kind of clarification too. So you're doing $1 million round through that platform. You've done about 600 plus K. So you got like 300 plus K on the table still.
Yeah.
What was the valuation you were setting like that
It's
first?
a $5 million pre-money cap. Yeah, on a safe note. And then on the hemp CBD side, I actually think that that distribution channel is really interesting in that, you know, even though we're a food product and we sell in grocers like Erewhon, we're not like a UNFI, KeHE Fit necessarily just yet. We do think that there's going to be a large player that's going to come around, but we have no concern scaling when it comes from a sourcing perspective. Yes, our story is rooted in having our own bees and having our own hives, but we have access to a network of really great ingredients within California, and my co-founder's family is really well versed in scaling businesses at a national level and a global level as well. So they ship internationally, and we've really leaned on their operating chops for that.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm afraid we are out of time, so we can't get another judge in for a question for you, but thank you, Christine.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. So our last presenter, and the last name that I will butcher for today, is Duma Wenshu. He's a co-founder of Province Brands in Canada. So this is a beverage technology company that has developed a first of its kind patent pending process for brewing fermented beverages from non-starch plant materials. Province Brands earned global notoriety by raising more than 23 million already from venture investors, and now employs some of the top researchers in the industry. Prior to founding Province Brands of Canada, Mr. Wenshu co-founded and ran a Colorado-based cannabinoid research firm which sold to Canopy Growth for more than 400 million Canadian dollars. Congratulations on that. So there are 13 employees of Province Brands. We've talked about the funding round already. I'm just going to turn it over to you, Duma. Welcome.
Thank you. And I am sharing my screen now. I hope you can hear it. This will be a lot of fun today because we are talking about beer. And what a lot of people don't realize is that people have been brewing beer since long before recorded history. These days, the brewing industry is a 900 billion Canadian dollar industry. In fact, 1/3 of all the alcohol sold on the planet is beer. And despite constant improvements in how we brew beer, almost all the world's beer is still brewed from barley. Not hops, by the way. A lot of people think it's hops. That's just for flavor. And technically, you could use other grains. Most people don't. So it remains that for millennia, it has been chemically impossible to brew a beer without starting from some kind of a grain or a starch. And this limitation has caused so many problems for the brewing industry over the years. In fact, there's a whole new problem with this coronavirus that is disrupting global supply chains, and brewers are worried about where are they going to get their grains. Now, this is just one of the many problems that our patent pending brewing technology solves. We are, as she mentioned, a beverage technology company, and we are dedicated to creating a better class of beer. And thanks to the hard work of our incredible research and development team, we have effectively created an entirely new brewing tradition. One which allows brewers to grow directly from the plant to the pint. And to brew beer, for example, from any kind of wood or shrub or grass or whatever's locally available, or even to brew from plant waste. A great example of that is we were recently approached by a global spirits company, and they asked if we can take the leftover parts of the agave plant when they make their tequila and turn that into a beer. It's not just a marketing gimmick. This is actually a way for this company to reduce their carbon emissions and to reduce their waste disposal costs. And why stop with agave? Think about how much plant material all around the world ends up carted off to landfill year after year. Think of the methane that's produced when it ends up in that landfill and breaks down. Think about the carbon dioxide of shipping it to landfill. With our technology, we can avoid all of that. We can also brew from food waste. We can brew from the spent grains, which are left over from traditional brewing and distilling. And we can brew from hemp or marijuana waste from industrial production. And when we do that, we can make products that are alcohol-free and intoxicate using marijuana or its phytocannabinoids. No matter what we brew from, our products have less waste. They're lower cost. We believe at large scale, they're about a 20% savings over traditional brewing. And they're less harmful, not just to the environment, but for your health. Lower calorie, gluten-free, and they'll contain xyloligomers, which are prebiotics. If we make the beverage from hemp or marijuana, it would contain phytocannabinoids like CBD. So how do we do this, right? To understand that, you have to understand how beer has been brewed for many, many years. First, you start by milling your barley. You then mash it and lauter it. And all of this is designed to create a sugar, which goes into your boil kettle. And from there, you can begin your fermentation. What we have done at Providence Brands is effectively create an entirely new front end for the brewing process. So you start by chopping up the plant material. And in this video, you can see our team actually chopping up some hemp material that we're working with. Then you go into a cooking step in the process. Here you can see our team using our proprietary cooking process to cook the plant material. And then the next step is a liquefaction, where using these liquefaction reactors, we actually convert the solid plant material, as you can see in the still image, over a period of about 4 days into a liquid. And that liquid, as it happens, is actually a liquid sugar, which can then go into your boil kettle, and you can brew using all the same technology and equipment that you would have in the old-fashioned way. How do we generate revenue? Well, for one, we're launching branded products using this unique technology. First of those is Cambridge Bay. It's the world's first beer brewed from hemp, just 4 ingredients, no grain, no starch, no sugar, 7% alcohol, tastes just amazing. And in the Canadian cannabis industry, we are preparing to launch Daga Imperial, the world's first beer brewed from marijuana, actually brewed from the waste stream created by the cannabis industry here in Canada. And we recognize that we've got some pretty stiff competition here in the Canadian cannabis beverage industry, but we have an advantage over all of these big brands, because when they make marijuana beverages, they have to infuse those beverages with a marijuana oil in order to convey a psychoactive effect. With our technology, we can actually brew from the plant itself, which means that when the customer walks into the dispensary, there's just so much more the bud tender can tell them about our products and our unique brewing process. They can talk about how we're part of the circular economy, how we give a second life to plant material that would otherwise end up in landfill. They can talk about how we're lower carb, gluten-free, no sugar, just 4 ingredients, cannabis, hops, water, and yeast. They can talk about all the benefits of our process. And this is what we in the beverage industry call a reason to speak. And this is especially important in the Canadian cannabis industry, where paid advertising is not allowed, right? So that word of mouth really matters. Another way we can generate revenue, co-packing in our 123,000 square foot brewery, which is still under construction, but when we wrap up the construction, we have several LOIs to co-pack for other clients. And lastly, licensing this technology, not just to companies in the cannabis industry, but there's opportunity to license to companies in the alcohol industry and the functional beverage industry as well. As was mentioned, we've raised over the past 3 years more than $23 million. We are in the middle of a funding round. I'm happy to talk about that as well, but I will stop here and answer questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Duma.
That anyone may have.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. I learned a lot about how to make beer. You just basically boiled it down to a minute, which was very impressive. So David Koenig, we haven't heard from you in a while. Do you have any questions for Duma?
You know what? It was really good. The one thing, and maybe I missed it, is the 5-year projection, the 5-year forecast for the company. If we're looking mainly just international, we're looking to do domestic and international. So I don't know if you went through that part and I missed it. If so, I apologize.
I didn't miss it. You know, when they give you 5 minutes to pitch, you got to leave a few things out. But
Yeah.
I do have it on the screen right now, if you can see. So basically, this is an expensive process. There's a lot of capex. We do sort of. It does take us about 3 years to become profitable, and we have very, very realistic sales targets, as you can see over those first 3 years. I mean, hopefully we'll sell much, much more than that. And then when you talk about domestic, international, we're really focused on the Canadian market, but in year year 4 and year 5. We do intend to branch out into the United States for the alcohol product, not the marijuana product, only the alcohol product in the United States, and into Luxembourg, where it's a tiny market, but they do allow marijuana product there. So we'd like to launch the marijuana beverage product in Luxembourg. And then just to show a little bit more on that topic in terms of the margin, which I'm sure is really important. That's down here, sorry. You can see our operating profit margin by different product category. And here our licensing is, just beginning in year 5. We wanted to be very conservative and not count on big global breweries licensing from us in day 1, but it is very profitable, high margin activity. Marijuana product is a very high margin activity. Alcohol is a reasonable margin as well.
Great, thank you for sharing. I appreciate that, thank you.
Yeah, one quick question. Anybody have a quick one? Maybe Matthew or Jay? No?
Well, I'll make a statement because Duma has been in the industry for a long time and he certainly knows what he's talking about. His pitch just continues to be more refined. Duma, thanks for hanging in there and continuing to build this segment. You've got something special going, man, and I'm a big fan of yours. I know we all are. We've all seen your journey. I know all of us would like to be a part of it. Some of us will, some of us won't. I hope we can, but keep doing what you're doing, man. It's really fun to watch.
Thank you, Matthew. I'm a big fan of yours as well.
Excellent, great stuff. So thank you very much, Duma. Judges, if you can go ahead and get everything submitted so that we can figure out who are the top 3 companies. And Brad, I will ask you, I'm not sure what you want to do about the audience votes. I don't have any instructions on that. I thought there was a place for them to go, but we now have about 10 minutes for the voting. I want to thank all the judges for your questions. I want to thank all the presenters. It is not easy to present your business in 5 minutes. I thought it was impossible the first time I was asked to do it. So good job to everybody. Keep at it no matter what happens today. I've been trying to get Pan Exchange off the ground for 9 years now. So stick with it, everybody. So you should see on your screen a pop-up question.
This is for audience choice.
It strictly tells me not to vote, yes.
Yeah, judges should use the form that was sent to you. For the audience, we're doing a separate audience choice.
Okay, thank you for that. So Brad, do you want to just let me know when you want me to jump back in, or is someone else covering the winners?
Hey, Julie, I believe you're going to continue to cover the winners and announce them once all of the polling comes in from both the audience and the judges.
Okay, great.
Great job.
Does that get extra credit for also hosting?
No, you should actually dock me a few points because that would be cheating.
Okay.
Should remind you all, there's also a networking room with Tracy, do you have the link to that? Or can someone?
We're going to be posting that up in the chat box here in just a few minutes once we wrap up the announcements. You can also go onto the website and find it there as well. But I'll make sure everyone has super clear instructions. I'm going to do a full recap of everything and let everyone know how to join us in the room. I'm really excited about some of the conversations that are going to spring up today. There's been so much that we've covered that I don't even know where to start my conversations. What was your favorite part of the day so far?
Mine? I was really glad when I was done introducing all of the judges because I wasn't sure how I was going to squeeze all that in. I love this part of it. Having been there and had doing the pitch competition, it's so tough. But I really enjoy the energy everyone brings to it and the different perspectives and seriously deep expertise coming to the table of all of these panelists or presenters. I mean, that's what I enjoyed the most. How about you?
Absolutely. I was really, really impressed with the lineup today. There was a lot of variance in the different topics that we covered. I learned so much more about hempcrete and beer and just hemp in general. I just thought it was a really, really thorough, well-rounded day overall. And I've really enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed talking about the issues with COVID as well, because, you know, as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, as an advocate, these times have just really changed for all of us so drastically. And to watch how everyone's learning how to pivot has been really interesting in this new digital world.
It is changing. I think the most interesting thing for all of us is we were shut down so fast, but yet we don't know, there's no end yet. We don't know what it looks like. And this is the most nimble we've ever been asked to be in our careers. And launching a company in this era, it takes an extra special entrepreneur to keep it going, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've been running my own companies for about 14 years now, and I have always been one of these people that love to have employees in the office. I just felt like you always got so much more done, and, you know, being at home would cause distractions and delays, and I still would rather be in the office, but I'm really enjoying being at home, and I'm really I'm really thoroughly impressed with the world as a whole and how fast we've picked up this digital footprint that we're all using for, you know, for Zoom conferences, for communications, for file sharing, you know, the apps that are popping up, getting my groceries delivered to my house every day, anytime I want, which is amazing. I love that. Because with an immunocompromised child, well, Sophie is an immunocompromised now. She's been off chemo for 6 months, but we're a family that has had bad things happen to them. And so we by no means take risks. So we literally have left the house, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 times in the last few months. And it's really refreshing seeing how these companies are picking it up and helping us all stay safe in this very uncertain time.
I agree. I do. I mean, there's so many challenges that everyone has here. I'd love to ask some of the judges. We've clearly accelerated the pace of webinars and Zoom meetings and podcasts. And do any of you have any opinion? Do you think we're going to get Zoom fatigue and just everyone go offline for August? Or do you think we're going to keep going like this? Because so far, I mean, like this is a new network for me where we're converging between hemp and cannabis. So today was fantastic. And it's still new and fresh for me, but I'm wondering if it's going to fizzle out soon.
When you've got a nation industry that's desperate for capital, a product that's already makes its own demand and will continue to do so. So now is actually the time, like blood's in the water. This is when we eat. This is when we make the big moves. When most people are sitting on their ass watching Netflix 12 to 20 hours a day potentially. So, you know, the biggest thing I'm seeing is like we have to get comfortable with and being able to like have digital conversations with limited partners, like with our investors versus like face-to-face meetings in London. And the same thing, like being comfortable. I mean, already overseeing now about 40 million in deployment during this kind of COVID time, which there's so much more time. But the main thing for like anyone looking for cap, this is no different than before. Like who you are, what you do, why you do it, how you're different, how much do you need, how are you going to spend my money, how much do I get back and when? Like be clear and you're an expert in what you know, but dumb it down to someone who doesn't know, but have it make sense, like very clearly, like with some of these pitches today.
And Nick brings up a good point, because one thing that we see a lot is we always talk about if it takes more than 3 text messages or more than 3 emails, pick up the phone and call. And we tell that to all our clients. And the one thing, especially with a lot of our high net worth individuals, the reason what they like most about us at UCS Advisors is we talk on the phone all the time. The video is an added bonus. And so we ask a question about Zoom fatigue. We joke around and say, okay, do we really got to do a face-to-face or can we just do a regular phone call? But people that can communicate, believe in the art of communication and not afraid to get up and actually talk on the phone, they're doing well. I mean, and especially, I don't know about the other people here, but we're getting a lot of phone calls for people who would normally never invest in the private sector for hemp or cannabis. I mean, just us alone, we've picked up over 25 new private investors in the last 8 weeks. And they're all looking for deals in the private sector. And, you know, if you can get on the phone and communicate, and as Nick said, Nick put it best, like almost treat people like a 3rd grader, you know, don't assume they know stuff and rather have them say to you, hey, you know what, I know what you're talking about. Let's get to the next level. So, but, you know, people, if you can have a regular conversation, you don't mind talking, you know, you can still get the investors to come in and invest in your company.
One of the things that I've really noticed as well, I've got a group that I'm a member of that has some of the top CMOs of the biggest brands in the world, and we do these meetups usually about once a week, and it's been really interesting watching the conversations evolve about how people are trying to set their businesses apart. And one of the things that keeps coming up over and over and over again is authenticity and story, because we're in a time right now where people need hope. They need something that's uplifting. They need a company that is rooted in some sort of interest in helping make the world a better place. And these oils and these concretes and these fibers and these cannabinoids, they all have the ability to have some sort of really incredible story rooted behind them because of all the magical things that they do.
I just want to add, Julie, this is a time, and Tracy, thank you guys for doing this, and everybody on the panel. This is not all of the operators had the luxury to travel and attend all the different networking events that were going around globally. And really, this is a time to take advantage of. I don't even call it downtime. It's just a different time, really. And I know that some of us on this panel, Matt in particular, if anyone's going to be getting fatigue, it might be Matt. The guy's on a Zoom maybe multiple times a day, but the reality is it's because he loves to do it. We love to do it. And Nick said it great earlier. We're not spending the time, commuting or whatever we're doing while we commute. Might as well, get together on Zoom and help forward the industry as best we can.
I wanted to say this is, the closest we're going to get to having, personal face-to-face chemistry. But I agree with David, this has been somewhat equalizing in terms of being able to reach people because you can't attend an event. And actually it's more intimate in the sense that you might attend an event hoping to be able to network with the right person you were looking for. And we kind of make ourselves semi-captive on these Zoom calls. I'm in the professional services business, and also am involved in providing testimony in court and deal with a lot of lawyers who are they're kind of going through a transition. They're used to being a lot more person-to-person contact, being in front of a judge, being in front of a mediator or an arbitrator. And so it's a big learning curve for lawyers and financial advisors. We are, at the end of the day, animals, right? So we want to get the feeling of the person we're with. So I will say this, if you are an entrepreneur and a capital raiser, and you can raise money in a business that's actually in deep distress, then you are really going to be successful.
Excellent. Thank you all. I want to thank all you. Tracy, thank you for keeping this going and running smoothly. I want to thank Brad Turner. As I mentioned before, this is one of the first events where there is a deep convergence between hemp and cannabis, and I'm really excited about that. Thank you all to the judges. You've been fantastic. I have results. Ready? Okay. From the judges, and the answers are different. The judges winner, they have chosen Bastcor. Congratulations for Bastcor from the judges winner, and the audience is Levadura. And those are our two winners today. Great job to everyone that was involved.
Really great job, everybody. I will go ahead and take it back over here from here, Julie. Thank you again to all. And thank you for moderating this. It was a wonderful, wonderful experience. I saw some incredible brands that are super interesting. And that is going to be it for the day. We're going to be heading over to our Zoom room here in just a second. But first, I want to thank all the sponsors, speakers, investor judges, presenting companies, marketing partners, and especially you, the audience, for joining us today. We would like to remind everyone and the investor judges that you can review the investor pitch competition presentations seen today on the cannabisinvestingforum.com website, in addition to an email so you may contact the presenter. And please make sure and mark your calendars for our next event, the Medical Cannabis Speaker and Investor Pitch Competition on July 30th. Again, that's July 30th. We're already seeking companies that would like to present, investor judges, and media marketing partners. You can find the information at the cannabisinvestingforum.com website as well, and you can register for that on Eventbrite. And now for the networking. This is the reminder that you need to register for this. If you haven't done so already, this is a new Zoom meeting. There is going to be a link to access the networking rooms in your chat. That can be found right now. It's also on the agenda page on cannabisinvestingforum.com if for some reason you're having an issue locating the chat. Again, a huge thank you to Brad Turner and Zach, who's been running all this behind the screens for us, and the entire Cannabis Investing Forum with this truly amazing day. Thank you for so much for having me. Thank you for letting me be your MC for the afternoon, and I look forward to seeing you all in the Zoom room for networking.